Huh?
Hello everybody. I'm here. I've eaten my sandwich. Luckily for you guys, I was all in my like second to last bite of my sandwich when y'all were telling me to hurry the fuck up. But I am here. Let me get my face tracking set up because I'm a goober. But hello everyone. Hello, Rainer. What kind of sandwich? A peanut butter, honey, and banana sandwich. Call you goober. Hello, Stripes, Cole, Sheppy, Buster, Devouring, Flame, Star. I saw Star in here for a second. Is that everybody? I think so. If I didn't say hi to you, hi. Hurry up, goober. Fart? What? I don't want to fart. I don't feel like farting right now. Hello, Pixels. So we have a new blind box today. New blind box. So I'll be setting that up first things first. And let me... Oh, I guess I gotta do it this way. Hold on, sorry. I want to reset my colors. There we go. And then this one, 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 this one. There we go. Yes, okay. Whomp. Alright. What are... I'll fix that in a second. Oh lord, the world is gonna implode. Why is it imploding? Tree fitted. Tree fitted. Hello, Rhino. Welcome on in. Alright. I think I'm good now. I think. Like, I need to rotate my mic differently. There we go. New blind box, yes, but not just yet. I thank God remembered to turn the redeem off before I started streaming. Because I didn't want people to use their points before I set it up. So peanut butter and honey is delicious. It is. It's like my favorite. It's like my favorite flavor combination in terms of like sweet. Sweet. I would comment, but my blind box sends my brain into weird, but fair. I gotta duplicate this and then edit, and then I have to edit this one. Under settings. Save. And then this one is set 4. This one. Oh, this one's already it already has the. Oh, my brain. My brain. Be a good night. All right, and I already made these ones. It's gonna be a good night. Night's gonna be a... This would have been a good song for yesterday, now that I think about it. I don't even know what we're playing. Are we just playing... I don't know if we're playing a playlist or not. I'm not sure right now. Stream avatars blind box set 4. The first one is So Young, which is this one. I also have to make the card for it, I think. Did I have names for them? Wait, what does BLT's hat say? It says, "Kiss me now, midnight is past my bedtime." He inherited my hat from last year. Yeah. We'll have it all. Did I not name it? Oh my god. Mazel tov. I did. Champagne. Number 2, change image, upload. Hello, Moira. Do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. Moira's Eve. And then reward 3. Feeling. Ooh. And this will be Drunklety. And then reward 4. Oh, what? These ones are different. I forgot. Who is in the blind box for this one? I think I put it in the box. I think so. Oh, I didn't reload my models. There we go. Oh my god. There we go. Let's see. Next month is Art of Gabby, Nahoka, and Pengyx. I didn't make Pengies! Fuck. Well, I almost had everybody. Do Gabby first. So, Lane, any New Year's resolutions? I do. We did a bingo card. I didn't post it. I forgot to post it, but we did a bingo card. And now I'm thinking we might do a punch card, but that might be for more like personal life things maybe. I don't really know yet. Where is it? Twitch event. Made a bingo card. It's in the Discord if anybody else wants to fill out the bingo card. I put it in there, but we got things I'd like to do. Take more pictures, be confident, release a song cover, read a full novel, be Twitch partner, have a good debut, eat new food, get engaged. Are you sounding a little rough in your voice? Are you okay? I'm tired. I'm eepy and I'm tired and I have a little bit of a cough, but I'm okay overall. Drink more water, learn to skateboard, go dentist, visit a new place, get sponsored, open a merch store, make a coloring book, crochet something new, learn Procreate, bake a cake, learn to dual stream. Post 300 TikToks, catch up on my movie list, have 5K in emergency, finish, play new a game, and voice act something. So that's what I got right now. This is Art of Gabby. I think 6. Oh, I don't know. Okay, change image. The only thing on my list right now is hope my marriage goes well. Wedding in March! Oh my god, my birthday's in March! Well, I bless thee, because it's my birthday month. I bless thee to have a wonderful wedding and marriage. It's gonna be great. I know it. Okay, I guess I gotta make pengies, so I'll make pengies in a minute. Thank you, oh powerful. I got you. Congrats on getting engaged and going to be married. I'm very excited for you. I think I was gonna do honey bean. The place downtown when that makes a call around. Honey bean. I don't know what hat we're getting this year, actually. I have an idea for a hat. I think the idea was the New Year's one, but now that I think about it, I gave it to everyone for New Year's. So I have to think of that. Rosie Maple King. Okay. Rosie Maple King. I thought I had this all figured out, but I didn't yet, I guess. In the clouds. It aspirate. The sun comes back around. Let's lock this. And then I gotta go back to the custom beans. I think it's Yuzu's that's the custom one right now. Yeah, like a text thing in here that says custom, so I know which file is the one I'm looking for. Oh, hardcore, it's on the floor. Let's go look up Pengy EXE. Pengy EXE. Oh. I'll take this one. Let's see. I feel like the what do I do? I haven't done this in a hot second, so let's do the eyes or the eyes color. Eyes down. So we're gonna rename to Pengy EXE. Oh. And then I think I have to make them pink. I think I want to make them pink. And they have blue, and then they have these little antennas, and they have 2 pairs of eyes. And they have wings. They have really pretty wings. I have splotches of this darker pink in there, so we should add the splotches of the darker pink. And then, where's the spray brush? Actually, that's not what I wanted. Blur tool, jumble tool. There's like a spray can. There you go. Oh. I hope everyone's having a good January 1st, by the way. If you have any cool plans for this year, feel free to let me know. I also have cute little ears and a necklace. Oh, I'm so cold. I have to make them smaller. There we go. I should show off some of the new ones. I don't think I don't think I posted about the Yuzu Pitter Pat BZ Bulk one, the symbol one. So I should do that today as well. I also have video editing I have to do. I have so much stuff I have to do today. I cry. Alright. I think that's pretty good. Who's this? This is Pengy. This is Pengy. This was the third person that's gonna go in the blind box today that I definitely didn't forget about. Yeah, watch you work. Let's go. I love it when you guys watch me work. But yeah, I forgot. I may have forgotten to do it before because I thought I already did it, but I did not. So we're doing it now. And they have like, hello, Vexed. Welcome on in. Happy New Year. Hope you're doing well. You gonna give me the antennas too? Yes. Just popping a lurk. I appreciate you. Thank you for the lurk. But yeah, the plan is to give them their antennas and their ears because they have like cute little ears. Hello, Lady Ace. Welcome on in. Happy New Year. Alright, so let me look at it's like the pink. How do I do like antennas? It's like a darker and then a lighter color, I think is how I do them. Yeah, I know, it's so cute. I love it so much. They look so cozy. Let's do this one, and then we're gonna go new layer, and then we're gonna add 6. 100% need them pajamas. Understandable. Is that how they look? Hold on, I need an alt tab. Kind of, but not really. So they're like, whoa. Like that. I made them really big. Oops. I think I'm making it too leaf shaped. It's like a Nightcore version of the song. I'm like close, but it's like not perfect. Kind of like a quail. Who's a good cow? I'm the best cow, obviously. I'm a good streamer. I think. Oh yeah, fuck. Hold on. Let's say. Can I look a cow? Huh? I need to like. Okay, so they're like thinner and longer, so like. Who just makes me down? I think that's cute. Oh. Hello, Momo. We do the gradient. Oops. And then we get the darker parts. Stay. Stay. Baby, don't you cry now. I'm gonna fix this part of the antenna. I don't like how it sits. There you go. Duplicate. That's when it's over, baby. I just need your love. Antenna. Then they said they have 4 eyes. So I think I'm gonna do it this way. Actually, let me get Nahoko's. Miscuous girl, whatever you are. Oh, you don't want. Miscuous boy, you know. I want this one too. You know what you need. There we go. And then, yeah, it's like a black, but it's like not, no, I would say it's kind of like this, but not as up. No, it's just as up. I'm gonna make it that dark blue that they have because I feel like the, yeah. Anybody else? Oops. Duplicate. Take me for miscuous girl. All you want. And it's you that I want. Duplicate. What are you waiting for? And I got what you need. Oop. Don't be mean. There we go. And then, yeah, they like little stars on their face that are such cute. I don't know if I add that though. I really like their wings though, so I'll be sure to add the wings. Ooh, I'm cold. Miscuous boy. Oh, I see. I got what you need. And straight down, and then up, and then up right here. And then I think this one's technically lighter. Let me get that. There we go. There you go. And then we could grab like elf ears, I think. Just shorten them. Let me see. Archivist has... I didn't name them. Ooh, I drive myself nuts sometimes. Down like New York. Is it this one? Nope. What the fuck? Okay. Actually, I would have a copy, so let's do this one. Yeah, there we go. Actually, let me just make new ones. 6. And my sister. And then another gradient, another just splotched. Cool. And then this is, oops. Oh yeah, and the merge down. These are our eyelashes. May I found out to do my VTuber model? Oh. Who are you gonna be looking at? Down. I'm a happy little guy. I'm glad. Have to. What the fuck? I'm gonna French V models. Hell yeah. Change you, baby. All right. Is there anything else? The wings. Which they have wings very similar to Gabby, so I'm gonna grab Gabby's wings. Gabby. I don't know which one is a wing. This is not a wing. International love. Elaine, yes. Did I not give Gabby wings? I thought I gave Gabby wings. I didn't give Gabby wings? Huh? Design, I have ideas. I want to add fair. Oh, no. The wings I'm thinking about are the wings that I give chat. It's the ones I give you guys, actually. It's this one. I've been told that I can play Valheim today. Thank you, baby. Of course. I hope you're having a lovely new year. Accessories. What the heck? Access or gear. Let's make the most of the night. We're gonna die young. Ooh. Ah. Oh, how are you doing? I'm good. Thank you for the wellness check, Flame. I am just trying to set up the blind box for this month. Oh, what do you mean I did not on the simulator? No.
The water's boiling.
Hello! Hello, Kiwi. How are you? Welcome on in. I need to put these in hats, and I need to make a new hat. Does anybody have a recommendation for a January hat? The theme is bugs. Yeah, like I can look up like a bug hat. Oh god, bug. See, we can close that one. I gotta turn my chicken over BRB, no problem. It's like cute bug hat. Isn't there a Bug's Life hat or something? I'm scared of that. The Australian cork hat? What does that mean? Australian cork hat. It could be kind of fun. I think we could make that as a general one. Oh! My legs are cold. Did I give that? Bubble tonight. I think I'm gonna make this as a normal hat because I think you guys deserve another accessory. So I will make that as a normal hat. And sorry, I got distracted by D&D chatter. Chicken turn. Hi, Lane. Hi, Kiwi. How's your chicken? Hmm. The Bug's Life hat. Hold on, Bug's Life hat. Oh my god, the little leaf hat! It's done in 5 minutes. Yum. I hope it's delicious. Okay, so we're so doing this though. Oh, this was like the flamingo thing I wanted to do, but I don't think I want to do it anymore. Delete resources. Yeah, okay. New layer. Fun fact, the corks are usually soaked or coated with natural insect bug repellent oil. Oh, that makes sense as to why you suggested it. We're going to be doing the leaf hat, but I will give the Australian cork hat in general to chat if they would like to get one. Do we have brown hats? What are all the hats that you guys have? Hold on, I need to open aspirate or stream avatars. Also protects from hot and sun. Hot. I can't. Words are hard. Ew, Star. It's a Weevil hat. Star sent me a Weevil hat, but I think it might be hard to see with the long nose. There's no color is natural, brown, greens, or tans. I want to see if... wanted to see if we had any brown hats. I shouldn't have done it this way, but... hold on. Avatars and gear. Actually, let me just open the folder. That's what I wanted to do. You guys can hang out with me. Boop. Okay, gear, hats. Yeah, we have a good bit of green. We have 1, 2, 3 green. We have 2 brown. So I'll even out the scores with a brown cork hat, I think. I kind of like the green though. It's like a good, I know we're doing green. We're doing a swampy green. I like that. Okay, so copy image. Okay, so we have 2 hats to do today. Also, let me put myself in art because we're just doing art right now. File new. So we have 2 hats that we're gonna make. Let me get this one done first since this one needs to go into... actually, this doesn't need to be done first. Cancel. If anything, I need to write the word gear. What does this mean? Okay, now when I look at it in the thing, should say gear on it so I can know which one is what. There you go. And then, okay, let me finish Pengy. Is there anything else I wanted to add for Pengy? Oh, yes, the wings. The wings is why I opened this. Yes. I think it's in cosplay. No, it's not. What category is it in? Don't I have just like a wings category? I thought I had a wings category. Yeah. Okay. Did I not have a wings category? Where are the wings? Gear. Oh, they're called back items. Where are the back items? Oh, face hair. Okay. Well, then I'll just do this then. Oh, I didn't mean to do it like this, but that's fine. Label. Oh. Elena's confused. Is it... Anybody else have wings in the custom? Casino has wings, but that's different. What happened to... Maybe I made it in here? This is the grid. Jumps in and a walk. No. That is curious. Because I thought I had... I deleted it by accident, which is completely possible. Okay, well... The line now. I can do this time now. I can feel the light shine on my face. I disappoint you. Over. If I do it like that, I export and then I go back to gear. And go back to downloads. Memories before. Yippee! Hi, Taylor! Welcome on in! Happy New Year! And then this new year, I have learned that I think I might have lost the open or wonder if I have. I don't. Probably because when I closed it. Oh, I can change how this is laid out. Hold on, let me do that real quick. No, I can feel the light shine on my face. I disappoint you. They still let me over. Across the line. Whoop. I want this on this side. I think it has to stay like that. Okay, that's fine. Yonk. How do I want to do this? Because, like, I guess I could just remake them. Because it's, like, unfortunate that, like, we just don't have them anymore. Yeah, I guess that's fine. Over 246 by 246, I think. Fine. 246. Okay. I wonder if I could despeckle. Cancel. Cancel. You mean you look funny? Okay, that's fine. I just want to redo these then if they're gone. Oh, summer. Woo! Hit the big 5. Oh my goodness. Thank you for sharing your streak with me, and what a long streak it is. I appreciate you. Oh, wait. Ooh, I don't know what I'm doing. Elaine's being a goofball. Okay. What is happening? Sable Snapdragon, cool. And then let's make this layer just less. And then we'll make it less. And then let's do this one. So it'll be a little bit different, but at least we have a version of it, which is the important part. Stop zooming in, please. This is fly wing. This one will be the fairy wing. Not all summer. Another crush. Actually, can I move this as well? I can only move it top or bottom. Okay. I'd like it if I could. Oop, not that. If I do that, I can't put it like next, which is unfortunate. Okay. I don't know who you think I am. Okay. Boop. Wait, I think I did that too thick. There we go. Alright, and then I fixed that one, and this is the fairy wing. And then we gotta do the backpack again. Mother, I crave violence. Do the violence then. As long as you don't get caught, I think you should do it. Hello, Chaotic. How are you doing? Oh, I did this on the wrong way. Redo. And then shift N, and then paste, and then move this to 56 to... Oh, yeah. Sorry. Oh my god, my cat's a goober. The fuck? It's just going into it. Oh. Okay. Oh. Oh, she popped out. What a little goober. I'm just like watching a video of my cat fuck up my dresser. Yeah, then she can go into the hole. I don't know why. I think she might actually be a little stupid. She like undoes like my dresser, like she'll pull my clothes out and try to go into the back of it, but there's like I pulled out one of the drawers so she could specifically go into the back of it. My cat's weird. I love her nonetheless. weirdo. Oh, I'm cold. I'm cold. I'm gonna freeze to death. All right, now I have a heated blanket. I'm good now. Hi, Wave. Hi, Wave. You're streaming today? Question mark. You're streaming today. You doing that? No. Oh, when are you doing tomorrow? Okay, got it. Cause I saw that you posted about doing the cool collabby thingy. I don't know what this is. I don't know what I'm doing. Hello, Norman. Yeah, we're doing it tomorrow. I hope it's so fun. I hope that it's so fun. Okay, there you go. And 6, yep. Thank you for sharing your streak, Norman. Wow, you guys are like in big double digits now. Holy shit. I don't know what I'm gonna do. It's like okay for now. I'll fix it later. Backpack. My headset's falling. And then I need to do one more. I think I might just make... No. I think it's fine for now. I don't know if I'm going to do that right now. 2. Group. This will be... Wait. Cosplay. Is it in... It's in items, isn't it? Yes, okay. These are back items. Huh? Oh, yeah, no, that makes sense. Okay, it has butterfly wing. Butterfly wing, I need to come over here. I need this to go behind the ear. And then I will fix the colors in a second. And then let me get that sword. Hello, Quetzal. How are you? Welcome on in. God damn it. I keep putting them on the wrong layer. There you go. And pixels, I love and care for you with a thick favor. Aww. Aww. Thank you, Quetz. Happy New Year, and I hope you're doing well. I'm so happy we're friends as well. And thank you for the cheek pap. Wow. Okay, and then... Oh, I need the colors. So I decided to make this like 20 different colors. And then... Yeah, it's this one. Oh, wait, what? Am I okay? My brain is like off. What's poppin'? What's up, No Sad Nomad? I like the name. Welcome on in. We're just making little milk bean accessories, chat avatar accessories, because I had forgotten to do it earlier. And so I have to do it now. Sort of emotional right now. Let's understand what's the new year. It makes complete sense to me. But I'm really happy to have you in my life as well. Happy to have you, all of you, in my life. Honored, even. Oh, I put that on the wrong layer, I think. Merge down. Alrighty, and then let's do like this. Like this. It's a little jankier than the last one that we had. Honestly, I'm just gonna put this back to the... Oh, how do I... Yes, okay, there you go. Oh, is this how it was? I don't think this is how it was. Honestly, I'd rather have it like this. Oh, I can't put that on the side. Okay. Oh, daylight is, okay. Okay. So what's up? What's up, Buster? Sounds cool. I've been switching through different streamers on Twitch, checking out folks. Some are cool, some aren't my cup of tea. You find more good vibes than bad. That's fair. I would hope that you find more good vibes than bad, honestly, if I had to be honest. But, you know, welcome on in. I hope you have a good time here at the very least. We do a lot of co-working, just hanging out, variety of 3D art, 2D art, video editing. Just for some reason, maybe he felt bad. Maybe give him the I don't know, the benefit of the doubt that maybe he just found the error of his ways, you know? People, I look for you. Woke up to sad video and made me want to double it. Aww, that's understandable, Quets. Wood, sword. I'm loving the chilling and comfy yapping streams. Yeah, that's fair. I think a lot of people like them. It's like you're just hanging out and talking to people. Alright. So we have that now. Alright, and now we gotta finish Pengy's thing. I need to take my meds today. Hold on. Okay. This guy. And then I need this guy. Hold on. It's Pengy. It is Pengy. I'm making a little milk bean of them right now. I'm also refilling my pills. Pills here. Yep. There you go. Okay. And then just gonna do this. In a room of people, I look for you. Alrighty. I kind of want to get this gradient going. And then I just need to move some stuff around. Actually, let me just move them now. And then... Hold on. Sorry, I just want to redo my pill case really quick, because I am all sorts of confused. I'm all cool. Wait, should I triple crown my Farina, or should I leave it in... What is a Farina? What is this? What is the context? What is it hard work? Are you gonna replace this thing that you're gonna put effort into, or is it like a I'm gonna thank for myself for doing it now instead of later? Like is there a would you like me to Saturday? This one Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Hello, Lorenzo. Welcome on in. Welcome on in. Alrighty. Just bloop. That one already has one. Bloop. I put 2 in that one? I did. Whoops. Whoops. Gave me a knife. What do you mean? What are you talking about? You talk about Uber? I'm like having my pill case upside. So for cosmetics in practice, she will only really need 7 of them. But it looks nice. Was your gut reaction to it like, ooh, I want it? Or was it just like, oh, that's cool? Because if it's like, ooh, I want it, I think you should do it. But if you're like, it looks nice, you could do it later. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Sunday, Thursday, Friday. Okay, I think we're good. Good. And then these guys are good. This guy's good. Okay. Everybody is basically good, except I have one extra. Amy and Ivan said, I quote, go wild, so now I have a knife. I mean, if anybody in this household were to own a knife, it would be Pixels, so. I guess that's fair? Just as long as you knife responsibly. Remember to take good care of it, sharpen it. And don't forget your knife care manual. It's got a lot of good tips on how to take care of it. Well, the wings on the shoulders are quite important as well. Okay, I will do that too. Oop. All right, this one. Close that one. The outline of the wing. I feel like I don't really like how I did that. They do have 2 pairs of wings, though, I will say. Keep forgetting mouse controls because I haven't done this in a while. There we go. And then I think I might keep it dark. Yeah, I might keep it dark and then do the other ones. Six. Wait, how does the shape go? It's like this, and then it goes out and like this. So it's like... Oh, I didn't connect it. Oh, oops. And then there's like a little bit of detail in it that I want to do. Oh, there you go. Wait, what is the... It's like this. And then the other one has like... There we go. Actually, custom pingy exe2. That's not the number 2, but that's okay. I will fix that in here. 2. Whatever I like. Dance forever. Let's see. Custom. I got stars. Yeah, I put them in your pocket. Hope you don't mind. What is happening? I'ma be. I am rich. Pookie, I'd give you my whole fortune if I could. I don't really have a fortune, but if I did. I'ma be. Label. Put this down here. So now I can know which one is a custom one. Okay, and now we have pengies, which I can now put in the blind box. Change image. I'm rich with love. How can people not love you? To be honest, I love you. Okay, this should be good. Dev tool. Yes. Save. No, save. And then if I did. Cool. Okay, and then refresh this guy because now he has everyone in it. And then don't save. Gear is next. These don't need to be in here. And then this will be in here. And then this is set 4. And now I grab this one. It's so good being bad. Oh, I'm not back. New set of plushies, indeed. Though I guess I should change that to be like, because these aren't really, they're beans. Can I change what it says? I'm perfectly good and it's I don't know if I can change what it says. Bomb messages. Oh my god. This one. I can't change what it says. Cool. Okay, it's fine. Actually, I wonder if it's in the editor. Chat command message chat. Hasn't collected any beans yet. There's a total of beans. Save. Done. Save. And then if I do it again. Cool. Oh my god, my hands are so cold. What up in yearning, I'll give it to me. There we go. And set 4 back. but I'm perfectly good and it's okay. I love the smell of it. I break my bone. Okay, and then remove the old ones. Perfectly good and it's stones. I break my bones, but actually no, I do need. Oh, I already had it open. Okay. Need to go to the blind box, set 4, and get these babies. Oh. Mm-hmm. Okay. And then export. Blind box. Let's do. Are you still frozen? There you go. Set 4, save, and then boop. I gotta do the new box. Okay, that's good. So now we can turn on. No, not that one. We could turn on the blind box again. 3. You'll ever use bacon grease instead of butter on toast? Cause this shit is yes, Pixel does that. Sometimes he uses bacon grease instead of butter. It's really good. Right here, it's more flavorful. Yeah, save, and then let's go back. Then we gotta go to the punch card. Where you at? Beginnings. I don't know if I spelled beginnings right, but I will check that in a second. What did I call this? I think full box. Put in set. I might have put in set 1. Origins box. Okay. Beginnings. And this will be set 4. And then we're going to hue it over a little bit more. Don't want it to be pink. Blue. And then actually we'll go in here. And let me test the let me do it after actually. Hello, condemned. Welcome on in. Okay, just want to grab these. Oops, did I not copy it? Hey, for the head pat. Hope you're having a wonderful day. This one's Art of Gabby. This one's Nahoko. This one is Pengy. The 7. Honey Bean, and then 8 is Rosie Maple King. And then... And then I go in over here. Custom 1, 2, 3. And then I just align them again. Don't know why I did that like that. I'm gonna turn these 3 off for now. Pangies. Beans 4. Hello, Orwell. Welcome on in. Hope you're doing wonderfully well. Okay, and then 1, 2, 3. Happy New Year! I can't believe it's 2016. I wish it was 2016, man. That'd be crazy. But I'd be happy nonetheless. Hello. You heard Pangy? I said the word Pangy. You're not going. I said Pangy. I said, look, it's Pangy right here. See, Pangy. It's literally Pangy. You're not going crazy. I said it. I've said it like. You're not going crazy. I think it's just because I said it a few times now. Don't worry, buddy. You're not going crazy. Ooh. And then these 2. There we go. Section. There's 4, and then set 4 punch card. And then I will do a better job this year of making sure everybody gets the stuff that they need. So save. And then I will run it to make sure it works. As long as I can find it. Can I not turn it on? Oh, there we go. Huh? Oh! I'm gonna change the overlay thing. Hold on. That's why it didn't work. Okay. It was 2 seconds. There we go. New month. New blind box. And then let me pin that. And then save. What am I missing? I need to post this in the Discord is what I'm missing. Beanbox. The first beanbox of 2026. For leaderboard. I'm gonna have like a base of this. Blind box template. Okay. And then I gotta post it with the card. Is it ready? It is ready. Skyscrapers, golds, and vertigo. I'm making the hat now. Down turns in Tokyo. Crochet pen. You put those in here. I'm in a red sphere. Glasses. The job you've done on me, so you've been. Oh, one down. I'm proud. I don't know where I put these. The fun thing is nowhere to be found. Is it in here? No. Overlay, font, merch. What? I don't know where I put those. Okay, well, they can just sit there, I guess. Girl, I tease her. I never be her. Quite the job you've done on me, sir. Been hosting parties in my mind. I'm king over time. You have you. Be a lobster. Damn! 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 Rhino just blew his luck for this week. He just got one of the one of the rare ones. Bliss fever, loves the girl I tease her. I'd never be her. The job you've done on me, sir. You've been hosting parties. My mind, I'm working. My world. Cursed it is to be a lover girl. Oh, my neck. Okay. All my luck is gone on the first day of the year. No, not the whole year. Just for, right, like... Okay, I can't deny you now, dude. You just got the rare ones right off the bat. This is on you. This is not on me anymore. This is on you. That one's not my bad. That one's not my fault. Wait, we can put beans now? Yes, I just made it live, Star. For me, feeling good. I cough. I want to cough so bad. Who knows? Maybe it'll be a nice cave. You don't know. Could be a good cave. You know how I feel. Use a pad. Let's just do them all. I'll do them all. Nothing. No bug. This is no bug's open mouth though. I think I accidentally fucked up how keys, but that's fine. For me. Okay. Boop. I don't know how many beans I've made, but I'd like to lay them all out now. New life for me. I don't know why my brain just got so sleepy. Oh, I have to fix that as well. Hold on, I can fix that. That is not going to affect anyone other than the fact that I'm just going to change the wording of that message. So I wanted to say beans, because you guys aren't technically collecting plushies, you're collecting beans. Oh, we have more. Okay. Okay. I think that's in the JavaScript, so I did it in the JavaScript. Has collected there. Does there bean? Push idea spawn just got a new bean has been collected. You know, have blank out of blank beans. Already has the bean. Make me feel like I'm the only girl in the world. I'm the only one that I love. Okay, I think that's good now. Done. Save. Now it should say beans instead of plushes. Boop. 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 Oh, I want you to make me feel like I'm the only girl. Is this everybody? Yeah, I think it is. Okay, cool. Alright. Okay, so I want it to be Womble, Mew, Yeah, I guess I can scoot it over like that. And then Lucino. Like a man. Because, you know, as an artist, I'm probably supposed to think about the art that I do, and the art that I currently like to do the most is pixel art, little guys. Gob. Nilbob. Pixel art is pretty fun. It is. It is. I didn't think I'd like it as much as I do, but I really do. Should make Howlet one. Okay, we down here. Hoka down here next to her wife. Pangy. Okay, there. Okay, cool. And then we got Beezy, Pitter Pat, Yuzu, and then we have some other custom ones that we did. And then Crimbo we'll put over here. There you go. And I'm just gonna make sure everything is aligned. It's not, so I gotta fix that. Boop. This one's pretty good. This one I'm just gonna make sure. There you go. Peeking briefly while taking a break from singing very Manilo songs. Welcome on in. Hope you're doing well. Some noise. Me, the mermaid. Sino, the crocodile. Man, I gotta go check on some stuff in the house. I wanted to say hi. So hi. Thank you for checking in and say hello. It means a lot to me. Hope you're having a good start to your new year. Where's Sachiko? I need Sachiko's name, but I can't look up Sachiko's name. I'll lock this guy. Actually, let me just type it. Sachiko 2S. And then this one. And this person's name was what? Joe Boyfriend. I think this is their name. Yeah. Hotel, motel, Holiday Inn. Let me, like, no, they are centered. Okay. This is Gob. No, Bob. Right, cousin. No. I just want to make sure I get our username right. Nope. Nope. Boyfriend me at the hotel. Hotel, motel, Holiday Inn. To Holiday Inn. Holiday Inn. I think Archivist is only on here. And then this person's name is... I think it's just how you spell their name. XSXMBYL. I thought I had their name right. Did I not spell their name right? Oh, I did spell their name wrong. Oops. And then... And then... Where is Nahoka? Who? Wait, I know who we're raiding later today if they're still live when we're done streaming. It will be Kiwi Sagas, because Kiwi Sagas is having a debut today. My hands are so cold. Fountain. This one. Ah, my foot fell asleep. Ah, my foot. Oh. I see you was in that. This song's practice is called I Write the Songs by Barry Manilow. I'm sure you can find it. Ooh, yeah, I'll definitely look that up. Sorry. I'm super yawny and I'm cold. And being cold makes me more yawny. Okay. To the water fountain. Okie dokie. And then I'd like this to be in a different font. I think Art Womble is just lowercase art. Oh, this is not. Her here, and you know that she. Fountain. And then I'm just gonna. But the song gave the diaphragm word. They added this word afterwards. That's fair. Singing is a workout. It is a workout indeed. Not my lower abdomen. That's fair. Definitely the upper abdomen makes sense. I kind of want to move this up here. And then we can raise. Oh, I have to fix Pitter Pat's name. So I did it wrong. There we go. Nilbog's name is just Nilbog, right? Snowbog Live. There you go. Cannot words for garbage. You're good. Your diaphragm? Talk about the diaphragm. I was exercising. And I'm posting I've had lots of fun with is making YouTubers and artists into milk beans. Oh, do you recognize any of these? I can't type because my hands are cold. Yeah, and the coastals and all of them things. I used to know all the Adaba muscles they used to see. That's fair. That's fair. It's probably smart to know so that way if something happens, you can explain it better, but you know. I don't like the spacing of it, but I don't really care because my hands are too cold to fix it right now. Okay. I'll close this guy. I closed Affinity. I'm gonna go use the restroom really quick, and then we're gonna work on hats. And then we have video editing to do, so I will be right back. Like the lights aren't working? Hello? Welcome back, thank you. Why is my keyboard lights not turning on? One, two, three. Hello, keyboard. Keyboard. Why are the lights turning on? Okay, I've done an oopsie. Huh? Nope. Okay. My keyboard's not lighting up for some reason. FNL. Hello? Keyboard? Could it be soon? I don't know, the lights on my computer, man, they've been a little wonky. I like that it was blue, and now it's not blue, and now it's making me sad. Devices? Yeah, those are all the devices that you're controlling, so I don't understand why it's trying to control... I'll update that. Sorry. Right, okay. I'm just like confused why it's happening. I have an idea though, so I'm gonna try the idea and see if that's the reason why. No. Because I did change the, oops. I changed the cable that I'm using and I'm wondering if that's it or something. Boop. Yeah. But keys work. FN and Windows. FNL? Or FN this one? Go cloud driver. But that would be so weird if like suddenly it just stops working because the driver's out of date. Oh, where's the plug? Oh my god, that thing is so heavy. I found Windows. Recent. Maybe. Make me wanna dance. Yeah. 1, 2, 3. Oh, maybe I turn the brightness down? It's possible. Lunge my face. Brightness, it's this one. Boop, boop. Didn't work. Keyboard? Ah. Let's do here. Yay, I fixed it. Yay. Okay, cool. Had a little sidetrack, but we're okay now. Okay. Okay, so let's grab this color. Satisfaction. Oh, did it reset the... I changed them to? I think it might have. Actually, this one? Oh, this one. Yes, it did. Okay. this one, minus. This one. And then this one will be print screen. This one is delete. This one is... I forgot what I put this one as. Let's just make it home. Yes. All right, cool. Six. Okay. It's like that. Or it's like, hello, fruit bat. How you doing? With a kiss. And this one. So I did this a little bit wrong. Okay, and then go up. And then this would also go up. Unless I wanted, I guess, to change the angle to be a bit shorter. So like this, maybe. And then like this. No, I think the angle of it was okay. Yeah, like this, and then like this. Oh, I see. So I kind of want it like this, I think. Like ellipse. Also, how you doing, fruit bat? Hope you're having a good start to your new year. That was a good angle. Oh, it's coming out. It's coming out. I'm good. I'm glad. Don't know if I want this to go up even more, maybe. It is there. Oh, continuous. You too, baby. And then... How was your new year? It's pretty good. It's pretty good. And then what's the back of the hat look like? It's like another little... I don't know what angle I want to do this at, because it'd be like... Yeah, it'd actually be like this, maybe? Does this look like a leaf, though? I mean, to be fair, if you look at the leaf itself, it kind of doesn't look like a leaf with the way he's wearing it, but, like, it is a leaf. Maybe do a little buggy antenna sounds out of it. Or maybe not. We could do it that way, or we could a bit more front facing, maybe. We could look up leaf hat. Bug leaf hat. Hat made from a leaf. What about that duck that wears the leaf as a hat? Oh, was that not a tulip, actually? It was a flower. Cute leaf hat. Okay, I think doing the bug hat might be best then. The Bug's Life hat. So I decide where I want the hat to kind of sit. Because I kind of liked it being so far this way, but the angle of the bean is much more like straight facing. Like this angle, so maybe it's just got to go up more to compensate, maybe. Oh. Yeah, because I like this angle. I think I might do it this way, and then... Alright, there we go. Leave. Oh. There we go. And then make this like straight and then bring it out and then bring it back in. Actually, I kind of want to try it where like the leaf goes up like this again. Even though that's not realistic for the angle, I think it's a little cute. Oh wait, it's like... I want the inner green of the leaf now to make it continuous. And then maybe this one for the leaf itself. But then I want, actually, I think I want to switch it. Access. And then delete this layer. And then we gotta get the color of the little band that he uses. And then I think I'll do one more hat just because, like, I don't know if I like this one enough. You know, I wanted it to be a hat that you guys are like, ooh, I want that hat, you know? If I don't even care for the hat all that much, I think it's just okay. How can I expect you guys to want the hat? So that one's okay. So we're gonna merge that down and then be like bug life hat. Bug sized outfits. Bug characters. Oh my god, it's an R2D2 bug. It's a beetle as an R2D2. It's kind of cool. That spider from Sunny Patch. Yeah, dude. Where is it? Where is it? I just saw it a second ago. Where is it? This one. It was so scary, but I liked this show a lot as a kid. That was my shit. I might make the caterpillar. I might make the caterpillar a hat from A Bug's Life. Because I saw that for like a brief second. This one. Like this. A rare Bug's Life Heimlich Walt Disney Company headband. Interesting. Caterpillar. I like this version of it. That's some clean colors going on. I think his head is rounder though in the movie, isn't it? Maybe it's not. I'll just start with this green color. I have a lot of green hats. Green enjoyers be eating good with these hats. Actually, I kind of wanted to start down here. And then... and then... Not gonna lie, it looks a little scary. I feel like this is gonna be a little scary, but I'm gonna try to make it as cute as I can, okay? Gradient tool. Oh, I want it to be radial. Horror mode. I don't want it to be horror mode though, Orwell. I want it to be cute mode. There you go. And gotta use like a darker green for the outline. And then he's got these red rosy cheeks. What? Oh shit. Okay. That's not what I wanted. There you go. And then I gotta re-get these colors, which is this one and then this one. And then do the fill. Hello, Moira. Oh, there we go. Make a new layer. And then boop. There you go. There you go. I don't want this inner layer. And my cat has left because her blanket's not on. There we go. Yes, I turned it on. No, you don't need my blanket. My blanket is my blanket. You can get your own blanket, you boob. You boob. I actually have a question for myself. What's that? No, what's that? There you go. Cool. Okay. Oh, right, the rosy cheeks. That's what I want to do next. Got totally sidetracked. Boop. I don't know what we're listening to. I'm gonna change it in a second. Merge down. Actually, let's do this one. Oh, actually, that's fine. Okay. All right, now for the spooky part, which is gonna be the caterpillar itself. I hopefully won't make it look too scary. A little worried about it, but we're gonna keep going. Do I give him like the glamorous lips? He's got like pretty glamorous lips. I feel like it would be. I'll be honest, this is kind of cursed. I think I feel weird about this one. Maybe if I just made like, wow, what are the worms from Adventure Time? Wait, I still want his antennas though. Wait, I do want his antennas though. Then I let you go. What the fuck is that? I was trying. Listen, I was trying to make the caterpillar from Bug's Life into a hat. And then it got really scary. So I decided not to do that, okay? Listen, we're not doing that anymore. It's good. Here, look, it's gone. The layer gone. So instead, I'm just gonna make a worm hat in general that is kind of reminiscent of the worms from Adventure Time. These ones. That's perfect. Also, I fixed my keyboard. I don't know what was wrong with it, but I fixed it. I think I like reset it and then I fixed. Please finish the caterpillar. I need to see it. Okay, hold on. Star, this is scary though. I'll do it for you. Our first cursed creation of fucking 2026. I love it though. Hold on. He has to have like glamorous lips. Hello, Womble. Maybe do like that, maybe. Hey, Womble, how are you? Then like these would have to come up a little bit, and then there you go. Wait. Oh, I deleted it already. He had his blush, but I removed it. There you go, Star. There's your cursed Bug's Life hat that I will now make cuter because it scares me a little bit. Doing lovely. Had a chill first day of the year. Put googly eyes on it. I could do that. How's yours been? Pretty good. Pretty good. Just chilling mostly. I have a good bit of work to do, so I'm a little bit stressed, but nothing a little good days of work can't fix, you know? Oh, hello, Penny. I can attest many things are better with googly eyes. I can't deny this. Hello, Penny. Welcome on in. And then like, how do I make it more buggy? I need the Adventure Time worms. God, Jesus Christ. I kind of regret making that. All right, googly eyes. Like really big. And then I don't tend to use a perfect white though, I don't think, for these things. Hi, Kiwi. Welcome on in. How you doing? Feel like I'm the only girl. Actually, I want to do that on a separate layer. Boop. Boop. And then like another one, but it's like not as a Dad, stop it. But I just got back from picking up the baby from the airport. I hope the baby had a good time at the airport. That's pretty cute. I'm still kind of afraid of it, if I'm honest. I'm still kind of afraid of it. I don't know why. I think because it looks like it's eating your head. But I think we gotta keep it. Exactly. For instance, I have boobly eyes. Boobly eyes. Fair. I think that was one of the clips that I put into your video. It's like it's giving the good suck. I know. That wasn't really the point, but it's where we're at this point. Actually, there's a lot of caterpillars. I was thinking this one though. It's the noise that they make. Should I make like this? Go the other way, maybe? Yeah. Maybe if I give it a mouth, it won't look as weird. I mean, that's kind of cute. It may have been. I have a lot of clips that you were interested. Smile? Listen, I'm a good marker. I sell VTubers real well, you know. I mean, this is kind of cute. I think this is kind of cute. I'm gonna do a gradient now. Needs a little bit more. There you go. I think that's a lot cuter. What do you guys think? I think that's a lot cuter. It's not as scary now. It's not as mortifying as it maybe once was. He's just a little guy. He's just a little googly guy. I might change his mouth. He's just a googly little guy. Hold on. I want to fix a silhouette of this really quick. Also, hope you're doing super well, Penny. The ears flap? Exactly. I have one of those. It's a rabbit. There we go. Oh, nope, we don't. We're not showing that face. Okay. Of course, oh, thank you. I'm glad you're having a good time. New group, and then this one's called Grub Hat. Because we were gonna do this one, which is a leaf hat from Bug's Life, but then I was like, it's kind of boring, so I did this one. The Big 5-0! Yippee! Grub. Oh wait, I didn't do the outlines on everything. Hold on. Edit. Outline. More of the world. Different dimension. In my eyes. Oh wait, I need to do it one more time. Okay, and then apply. Oops. So undo, edit. That's on God, my favorite emo wobble. Okay, I might make the outline this color as well. Just so I can stand out a little bit more. Look at that! Oh! I like how bright Penny's eyes are in that one. That's so cute. Oop. Maybe like a darker red might be better. Okay, and then I just turn this one off. And then this is Grubby. I'm just gonna call it Grubby. And then we have one more hat to make at the request of TNS Teeny, which is this Australian cork hat. So I will make that, and then we'll get into hi Candy, and then we'll get into video editing for today. I'm gonna make sure that's in the folder. I like that all the hearts are different. I think that's so cute. It's so cute. Can't play the ball to get them. Save. Oh yes, the other hat. Flatten, shift N. Okay, Australian cork hat. Also, why do I have 5 stars in my pocket? Because I put 5 stars in your pocket. You're welcome. Okay. These hats are making a lot of sense. I just gotta draw one. 6. Okay, so... yeah, it's in case you want to dress up your little milk bean. Okay, and then... I think it needs to be lower. I don't know how I draw bucket hats. I have a bucket hat, don't I? I have a... well, that's not what I meant. It's called the frog hat, isn't it? Halo, Soak Song, Doomslayer. Let's just go. I don't know where I put it. Okay, it's fine. Unless you that I want. There we go. And I don't like how this sits. And I got what you need. And then... I'm making this one, I think, a little bit shorter than how they are normally. Wait, what? Wait, you do has my being the one with the little shy guy mute mask? I have the mute mask, but I don't know if you dressed him up. It's up to you to dress him up, Pookie. I don't know if I like the brim. Let me do one more. Because it feels like the brim is actually a lot more like, yeah. This guy. Like this. That doesn't feel right. Or maybe it is right. But they're like taller, so I have to make it taller. Okay, let me make the bucket first. You want... makes him look like he's got a unibrow going on. This guy. And then you got what you need. I'm doing it too low.
Huh?
Huh? Scared the shit out of me, I'm Loki. As it should, fair. I don't know if I like that. I don't know if I like that either. Alright, let me get the other color. I don't know if I like this. Interesting. Didn't know I needed to know that. What? Elaine's getting confused on how to draw this. Because I liked this one. I like big. I think I like that more. Whoops. Maybe like clean this up so it's not actually coming out. Wait, what the fuck is happening? What? There you go. Yeah, I kind of like that more. You do it with a tactical vest? What does this mean? What does this mean? I should make this like up instead. Boop. I think that looks silly. I think it's supposed to be down. That's the color number? Okay. What am I supposed to be doing with the color number, though? Because, like, your beans are up to you to decorate. I gave you the accessories, you know? The keys are in your successful hands. I don't know how to draw. My brain is forgetting how to draw right now. What the fuck? Okay, you know what? I have to do it this way. I really didn't want to do it this way, but I have to do this way. Because my brain doesn't understand what a circle is. What? Shapes and colors. I think I did that a little too crooked though. There we go. So I want the bottom of the hat to sit here, and then I want the nice part of the hat to sit here. Dogs and cats living together. What? Don't dogs and cats already live together? Nani? Okay, 6. Okay. Maybe this needs to be a little bit higher. There we go. Okay, now we can draw it. I'm gonna do it in this bright green really quick. Up 1. Actually. Say it. Okay, and then I want to like do, I might bring this up just a little bit. Go back to here. I kind of don't, well actually it'll be fine for now. It looks like an egg. I feel like this hat looks a bit like an egg. It is a bit eggish. Oh shit, wait, do I have the wrong colors? Oh yeah. Maybe if... How does it look so eggish? Here, wait, give me this guy. Give me this guy. Set to 6 chances today? It should be set to 3. It should be 3 now. Hold on, let me delete all these extra layers. Delete, 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 delete. This one was kind of cute. Yeah, I'm getting the angles wrong here. Yeah, I'm getting the angles wrong here. I think I just had a eureka moment. I think this needs to actually be up, and then it goes down, and then out. Wait. I did the angle wrong again. Okay, it is. It was just showing me it. Oh, interesting. Fair. So like up, like have it up instead, and then this be down. And then like maybe have it be like bigger here. Maybe it's hard because I'm not Australian, you know? And then have it be like this. And then only Aussies can draw the hat. I know, that's why I'm like having such a hard time. Only Australians can draw this hat. Because now my brain doesn't understand how this hat works. It's just so wide and floppy. This lady's a little scary with it. I don't know what we're listening to, but yeah. Fly swatter hat. It kind of. It's a fly repellent hat. The corks apparently have fly repellent on them. Oh, did I do it? Let me make this thinner and then go. That's not bad. Repellent is you shake your head and the cork's bat flies away. Oh, that's funny. I could see people doing that though. Kind of like a horsetail. So with the flies, you'll just end up with the corks in your eyes. I could also see that happening. I could see both happening. Like you trying to swat them and then like you swat one, but then you just ew, because you get oh my god, if you hit a fly with the cork and then you hit your eye with the cork, you would not only have like bug repellent in your eye, but you would also have like you'd have bug repellent and you'd have fucking bug guts in your eye. That's kind of gross. I think about it. I mean, you do you, but like, ew. I want this yellow. I like this yellow accent. I want the yellow in here. TF2 Sniper has a hat like that? Oh, really? I didn't know that. 810. I think I did it. It's really hard, but I did the chat. That's what she said. Okay, I really only have to make one of these and I can reposition it. Oop. Oh, this is by Ash Nico. Proud of you, thank you. It's called the Swagman Swatter. Okay, I will look at it in a second. There you go. And then I want another one of these. What do you mean I didn't do it evenly? 1, 2. Shit. Did I do that right? 1, 2. I did not. There you go. I think this needs to be shorter. Looks great so far. I'm glad you think so. I quite like how it's looking so far as well. It's this one? Or is it this one? I think it might be this one. Oh, is it this tool? There you go. There we go. Just want to make the cork a little bit shorter. There you go. There we go! Oops. Yeah, I think I'll just make it small. Alright, let me look at the swag man schwatter. Oh, he does! Oh, that's so fun. That's so fun. And it comes in a bunch of colors. Revised again. I like that. Alright, so now we have one of these. This is the cork layer. And then I kind of want to give it like a little bit of shading. So let me get like a little bit more of a saturated color. Actually, let me do this side. And then yeah. Actually, I need this layer. And then another Shift N. Let's do a multiply. There you go. Duplicate. Does it go in front of the face? No, it's like on the sides. They're like 4 on the sides. Okay. Oops. Oop. We'll do 3 because you guys are small. And then copy paste. Look at you! You're a little guy with a little fly swatter hat, you little cutie patootie. I wanna change the heights of these really quick. And look at you. Alright, let me put this in the thing. Wait. Oh. Wait, right here too. Where'd you go? Okay, this is the... I'm gonna call it Corky. 3, 4, 5, 6. Group. And we're gonna call those Corky. I'm gonna listen. Da -da 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 -da. Hats, Corky. This one is a sketch that we don't want. We need the label so I know what file it is. And then I gotta go here, and then I gotta disconnect, and then I got to go to avatars. What?
Oh, bang!
Oh,
our POV on that, you're going,
hello! How was your art stream? How did it go? Did you have a good time? Or come on in. If you need a raid and rest, feel free to do so. Otherwise, I hope you enjoy hanging out with us. I am currently Ooh, I need to save and reload, I think is the problem. Wait a minute. Let me wave you in. Hello. But yes, if you need a raid and rest, feel free to do so. Otherwise, I hope you have fun hanging out with us. Because currently, I just added some new hats for the milk beans. And I can't type because I don't have numlock on. But if you don't know me, hi, my name's Elaine, otherwise known as maincoow on all my socials. I do a bunch of things here, and one of the things being pixel art, and soon to be Corky will be 100, just like the other hats, and then Grubby is special. And then we'll save and reload. And soon to be video editing. I hope you're having a wonderful start to your new year, Moira. You deserve it so much. I am about to pass out. Yes, you go fall asleep. You go eat, get some good rest. I will hopefully keep your fans company. Sorry, words are hard. Shade Burp, welcome on in. Thank you for the follow. I got a big ol' yawn. Let's have a good rest. My hands are cold. Look at that. Look at that champagne boy. Look at that champagne boy. Oh my god, my hands are so cold. I hope you guys are having a great one. Do I need to move? I think I might have to move some files around really quick while my hands warm up. Shadebird, now gotta eat. Time zones, no problem. Sleep well. Yes, please. If you need to go rest, feel free to do so. Don't burden yourself on my behalf to try to stay up if you need to get some rest. Is this correct? Yes, this is correct. Okay. What a Naz real quick. Fun. Way too much. I like 3 shots in my cup. This one I need to... this is the one I need to move. V-stars. These ones. I need to move all of these. Boop, boop. And then while that moves, I'll put that on another monitor. And then I need to move something to this. Which is going to be... What a feeling. I'm gonna be alright. Yes, okay, I found it. Okay, alright. This doesn't go here. I'm a little ooped. Oh. I need to open DaVinci. Out tonight. I'm coming out tonight. Because I am hoping that I don't have to do the thing my brain thinks I have to do, but I might have to do the thing I have to do. I don't really know. Those are there. I might not have the things for it, so that might mean I have to turn on my other computer and hope that it's still there. And I can close this guy. This one. Projects. Okay, there's. Yes, my brain is thinking. Actually. Test. Except for the debut stuff, we're gonna move these in here. Except for the Stinger project. Actually, it's gonna also stay out here. Skip. Okay. Yes. But now I'm just gonna do this one more time and then I'm gonna replace. Okay. And then hope and pray this works the way I think it does. It should. Talk to me. Talk to me. Yes. Yes, it did. Let's see how broken this is, though. It doesn't look that broken. Hello, Orange Wave. Welcome on in. Okay, so video editing. Yeah, those two videos I don't have. 53, I'm gonna move over here. I will leave. I came in with a raid, just was a bit quiet. You're totally fine. Sometimes the timing just doesn't time, and then you're like, oh shit. And then it's like, you know, I get it. I get it. Don't you sweat it, Pookie. And then this one I will move to V stars. And then I do need to get something off the other computer. So I have to switch things. Hopefully it's still there. Talk to me. Talk to me. Clipper operations relink. I wouldn't have the did you know once yet actually save. But would I have close? No, not this one. Not in this one. In this one. Love Alicia say. Yeah, that worked. Okay. Okay, let me do this thing really quick and see if I can grab that file. Because I might not be able to. But there's a hope and a prayer. I need my other mouse. Yeah. My heavy ass mouse. I have to relog into this guy. Oh wait, let's do it this way. Wait, is that just in there? Hold on, wait, what a sec. Wait a second. Am I just in there? This one. Oh, it is. Okay. Okay, yes. Okay. Okay, if that's the case, boop. If that's the case, I do want to remove this one. Remove this one. This one. This one, because I want it to be the latest ones. I don't want those to be the one that's over here. And then I need the V highlight thing. Okay. Boop. Really your friends, really your friends. Same as them. Let go, let it go, let it go. I don't like that. Why is it like that? Is it because of the playback resolution? I think it is. Wish facts. Meet you. Ooh, ooh. I have to wait till that finishes and then I can grab them from this folder. Oh, I also need to figure out what BLT's triggers are because I want to turn off the thing. Turn off his hat. A friend, really a friend. Okay, so it's mostly good. What is this one? That one's good. Highlight. Oh, let it go to my legs. Wow, operations replace cover. Is that not in here? That one might not be. Relink. That not in here? Okay, that one is. This one isn't though. Okay. I don't know where I would put it if not in that folder, actually. Yeah, it should just be on this computer. I don't know. I don't understand. Let's go. Yeah, it's right here. Relink. There you go. Cool. Okay, that worked. So that means I can say that that video is done. And then Vibe and Shine was done on this computer? Uh-oh. File location. Resolve project, users, guest, projects, test. Vibe and Shine 53 can go here again. And then, yeah, okay. So I just want to move everything back, I think is the plan. Here's my plan. Now Beastar should have the alchemist stuff, which is in there. That's good. Did you know needs to move? All these need to move. I think we're working on 31, correct? Yes, 31. My brain confused myself. Hi, Bun B! Welcome on in. How you doing? How you doing? Roll for fun. Also probably will have to move. But I think I have everything for this one. Yep. Hey, can't stay long, but wanted to stop and say hi. I hope you're doing good. I appreciate you. Thank you for stopping on in. Okay, so this one can be deleted. Yes. I gotta move this over here so I can make sure things are moving. That one's moving. I think those ones are moving. No? I think I might not have gone on to that one again. Oh, no, this one already has it. Okay, delete. Cold outside. The highlight, that one's good. Roll for fun is fine. Alright, and then I did Vibe and Shine on this computer. And then for that one, I use this one, and this one. So I'll probably have to move that. Oops. Oh, but unicorn attack, is that you? It is. It is. You would be correct. Wait, I used... this one, this one, this one, these ones. Yes. Oh, back design. Yeah, that's moving that one. And then outside, am I here? In vain, hold on to the night. There will be no shame. Bands make or dance. Bands make or dance. It's true. It's true. Ways I wanna be with you. And then that's your cute. I think I'll put that in resources. Okay. And then this one can be deleted. Happy New Year, Lane. Happy New Year, Kuma! Thank you for coming in and saying I do me. I appreciate it. I sure. What's happening? Let's pause that one. Because that's all the videos I have to do for this week, right? Always I wanna be with you. Yes. How many love wanna be with you. And then boo. How many videos do I have to do? 3? Yeah, because I started on Did You Know, but then I didn't get to finish it because my PC crashed the other day. Yep. Always I wanna be with you. And then this would all be correct now. Yes. And then we have another thing over here called video editing. Remove this. Yes. Then we're going to move stuff within this. And then did this. Workspace. Because this is what it would look like no matter the thing. And then I don't think I need these anymore. Especially because I have the guest one. Okay, and then we'll call this back. Backup. Ooh, I can't spell backup in all caps. Because I'm a goober. Okay, and then here. And then... No, affinity fonts. Okie dokie. Yeah, I think that's fine. Okay, so now we go back to video editing. That's fine, I think. I'll hold you every night. Feeling I wanna get used to. Okay, and then it's gonna make sure everything only has the latest. I have to move one in that one, that's fine. I have to move a few in this one. This is the one. Did you know? Huh? Skip? Oh, I guess I copied it instead of... It's fine. Go back, roll for fun. And put these here. Okay, and then Vibe and Shine is all moved over. Edits are fine. I guess I could do like I guess I could do one that's like edits and then like posted. Oops. Actually, I don't need to do another subfolder. It just yes, okay. Is it all folder? This one.
She will tell you that.
That's fine. I'll just move it back. 7 is Twitch. I don't know if I'm gonna use this anymore. To desperation. Do it one at a time. Okay. So this is all moving over. I kind of like how I was doing this like workspace thing. And I might keep it that way. No, it's a me, I so. Okay. Let's go to, let's reload this one. Relink. This one, resources, select folder. Yeah, and then also I don't have that anywhere other than on the NAS, but I think that's okay for now. Then yeah, and then I want to clean up the rest of the folders. So that means in vstars, which has vstars, which has animated logos. We can remove animated logo. I know it has these two profiles. I should have that, and that. Yes, it does. So I remove those. And then did you know? Here, let's.
Bing, bing,
Bing bong, bing 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 bong, bing bing bong, bing 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 bong. Fucking love that song, dude. Do you know intro? Do you know thumbnail? Dog walking. What is this one? This is the other one, and this one is. Yeah, okay, this is Mac BGM. I don't know if I need any of these. TikTok archive. Except for the keys MP4, actually. Okay, I don't know what's. Okay, don't know what's happening there, but that's fine. key. That's gonna move there, and then we're gonna go back to here. Right? No, we're gonna go back to Elaine Z. Video editing, workspace. Just did you know? And now we're gonna do roll for fun. I'm gonna remove all of these. We're gonna copy and paste this here. And then Vibe and Shine is the same way. Oh, I have an idea. Skip this one, I guess. Okay, delete. I don't need that. Ooh, one thing that this doesn't have, actually. Which I don't know where it is. Actually, I think I do know what it is. It is in here. It is in here. And it is A, B, C, D, E, F. No, not that one. I think it's this one. Since you think you know, thunder only happens when it's raining. This one. This one. Put that in the wrong folder, but that's okay. Yes, I know, say it's you, did you know? You know. Oh shit, did I already get all the... No, I didn't. Okay. Interesting. Thought I would have done that, but I didn't. I need to work on these videos, though, at some point. That's fine. Skip. 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 Okay. Turning back. Heard you acting on your best behavior when you're back on Mother Nature. Everybody wants to rule the world. Actually, this one wouldn't go here. This one would go into the NAS. There we go. Okay, and then need to decide. Help me take the most of freedom. My sister-in-law brought Korean One Piece cards. Let's go. Are they cool? Oh, they're cool. Let me go here. I will find you. Oh, it's gonna take a while to load. Okay, this one. Okay, I think everything's like 1 to 1 now. V stars, V stars. Yep, except for the one I'm working on. Did you know? Did you know? Roll for fun. Roll for fun. Except in roll for fun, there is an extra one in here. Then 5 and shine. And 5 and shine except for the 2 because I had extras because I have more images that I saved, and then edits, and then yep, okay, cool. I might remove this one just for now. Okay. Hey, how'd you know I was old on to my fans? Alright, I shall buy a game on Steam. And users shall be 100%. It's a great resolution, actually. Modders. Very cool. And I got Crocus. No Laboon, though. Have I met that one yet? I don't remember if I've met that one yet. I should have clicked on all these before Peeking back in while I cook some nuggets. Did you find that song? I did not. I got distracted by like 20 other things, if I'm honest. Okay, this is... I don't look at that. Gorgeous. There it is. Trying to create her... Food time, have fun. Thank you for the lurk. Thank you, thank you, thank you. To be in one. Who is this person? Who is this person that wants to be silly little gremlin VTuber? I already like the sounds of it. They're already a Twitch and YouTube. Twitch and YouTube partner. And I haven't heard of them? That's crazy. Oh, wait. I see something. I see something. It's caught my eyes. I hold you, new model. I love you. I work, but I love you. Wait. Look at the new model. Look at Kiwisaka's new model. It's so cool. So cool. Okay. Okay, my page is still broken. That's fine. I forgot to do the thing with the thing. Fuck me, god damn it. I really am gonna be uploading on my bench tomorrow. I don't even have this all set up. Oh my god. Okay, one thing at a time. Follow. This person looks cool. I like it. Picasso. Gremlin VTuber. Cool. Not right now, I have to add this to the contents list. There. We will add them. And then this one. Okay, cool. Looks like that's everything. Cool. I have to reload all these, though. Okay. I resolved all... No, I didn't. No, I didn't. No, I didn't. No, I didn't. Eevee! I didn't... Had I not? videos. Oh my god, I feel like a goob because I haven't replied to all these. Thank you so much. Just want to do 07. I gotta move this other mouse because I'm clicking the wrong mouse like every other time. I don't know that song. I don't know what to say. It's been so. The web bones help stay lubricated. I did that one. Okay. Oh, wait. Oh, Juniper. Okay, I'll put them. Have you shown any? Okay, there we go. Everything is settled on that front. And I do need to add the videos here, but I will do that. I'm already here, right? Unless I want to do that. Yeah, I want to do that now, so that way I can... Let's do it here, and then Friday's video can go here. And then I'll upload the video first, add video. This is going to be Friday's video, so that would be... I put in the archive already, didn't I? Bing bong, TikTok archives, roll for fun. Are we there yet? Is the next one that's coming out? Okay. Change cover. This one, yes. Yes. Okay. And I hide these. Hashtag RV there yet. And then upload a video thumbnail from, just in case. Okay, and then this is going to be a reel. And the only problem is this one, which will be Roll for Fun, episode 50... 59. Of RV there yet. Gaming, add to playlist, Roll for Fun. We gotta grab the tags that are over here and put them over here. And then we can edit by network and then schedule the 4. I didn't mean to schedule it for TikTok. Or not TikTok, Twitter. I have to highlight this as well. I think I kind of just want to use the collab thing. I think I might. I have to make a cover for that, so. Boop. Publish highlights. Close. Save changes. Close this one. I want to delete this one. Confirm. And now this is a good time for that. I guess this is gonna go in the morning. I don't really know. YouTube. Yeah, those two can go out. I get. Well, maybe optimize it a little bit better. And then Saturday, yes. I was like, what the fuck am I doing now? TikTok Saturday, this one. These 2. These 3. And a video. Select. Oh, actually, I don't have that one done yet, so cancel that. I still have to... I thought my cat was in my office this whole time and she's not here and it makes me sad. Alright, now we can do this one. Fuck off. Insert image in cell. Okay, I think everything's good for this now, so I can go. I'm gonna unpin this from quick access. That's needed. I'm actually gonna close this and reopen it because I can't tell what's pinned to quick access and what is not. I'm enshrined here. That's fine, that's fine. Yeah, I think I use all these pretty regularly, so I think that's okay. Alright, stream. There's art. 26th. And then insert image. 29th. Insert image and cell. Oh, I know, I have an idea. Okay, let me open Affinity. This one. Yes, okay. I'm gonna go here. Then I'll just copy the VOD titles because I like to do that in the descriptions. Then I'll go to highlights and then work in. Huh? I think this has the wrong cover on it. Twitch thumbnails are 29th. Yeah, there we go.
Huh?
Right. Oh! Scared the shit out of me, dog. 29th. Did I not highlight the 30th? I guess I didn't. You're okay. It's spooky to me because it's like my internal brain cell being yelled outside of my brain and I'm like, oh, my brain. It just feels like my brain's leaving my body and I'm like, why? Yeah, there we go. Okay. And then this one's gonna be a little bit different because I'd like to do this one differently because it was for New Year's. Do I still have that outfit? I think I don't. Okay, that's fine. I'm not gonna deal with it right now. It's this one. Peak on one side. And I'm gonna make a shape. Thank you. It's gonna go in the middle. And then I'm gonna go to vector or to curves. And then put this in here. And do peak. And then I'm gonna take my friends. Get in there. And I can't make everyone fish because not everybody was fish for this, so. I think I have to switch how this is. Just because there's so many people in this one. Yeah, I think that's better. Yeah, okay. Now we'll have gore. And pancake one in here. And then I remove myself. And then everyone, I think, needs to scoot in just a little bit more than they did before because I have to fit my VTuber in here. It's you, you big buff boy. Scoot these two over. Actually, I kind of want Shems here. And Pancake. Oh my god, it's cute when like I'm just doing things that has my friends on it, and then my friends pop in and they're like, "That's me." Oh, Ghost was in there because Ghost was busy. That's fine. Ghost was busy. I miss Ghost though. Missed Ghost yesterday. And then Indie. And I'll move Indie up here. I'll move right here. And then Muse, I'll scoot. And then Womble and Noble Womble and Noble. It rhymes, Womble Noble. I think it's funny that no one mentioned it, and I think it was because I did it last minute, is that no one mentioned that I kind of used Womble to censor, or Noble to censor Womble a little bit. I think actually Womble I might put on the other side. Actually, I think I'm just gonna scoot you. I think I might scoot you a little bit. Same with Noble. Actually, Noble I could put like here. Make a safer drawing for you next time. I don't mind. I honestly do not mind. Thank you for the lurk. Do I not have that on right now? Use keyboard hotkeys. There we go. And then I want to do... I just want to take a picture. I don't remember. I did the hat, and then I took... We didn't have the braid. I have no hair. Meant this one. I take the bow off. I don't remember. I don't remember anything from yesterday. Bald. I wasn't bald. Bald is different. Bald is different. Bald is this. So you can get attached. Do pigtails. My eyes. I feel like I could be more excited. I may even go bald. Yay! I'm glad that I can be cute even when I'm bald. Oh, I have my glasses on. I was like, something's wrong. I look sad. I'm making such a funny face to make that screenshot work. But at least it worked. Food has been chowed. Let's go. Oh, right. It's BLT's thing. Do I have Pure Ref open? I do have Pure Ref open. Where is it? Control Alt 2. That was not the right one. It's Control Alt 5 for his hat. Yep, okay. You. Alright, there we go. Alright, I finally got the picture. Picture of me. Nope. Sort by date. And then I want a Lethal Company one. I don't know if I have a Lethal Company one in here. I don't. I'll go grab one. Lethal Company Steam BB. Oh. There you go. And that's the second one. Boop. Oh, like for me to fit. Oh, BLT's like down there. Oh. Oh, ass. Actually, you know what? It's okay. We're gonna take up this much of the screen. Which means a few things, I think. It means I'm flipping Shems, I think. It means I'm flipping Shems. And Shems is gonna go up and back here. I'm making him taller. And he'll go behind. Now Wombo is really censored. He is, unfortunately. Let's move you here. And then Indie and Miu can move here. But that means Pancake needs to come up here. So she doesn't look like she's too far back. And then I got Mike Wazowski. Oh, but people don't have like enough room. Okay, Pancake's got to go a little bit more this way. And then Indie. I'll move Indie. Make him a little bit taller, a little bit more in the center. Move his name tag to like here. And then Womble, we're gonna get your name tag off your titties. Or we'll keep them. I don't really know yet. I think you should go here. And then Miu can scoot a little bit, but her name tag can be on top because it's the longest. And then Noble can scoot a little bit. And then his name tag can move. There you go. Everyone fits! Now, unfortunately for the Lethal Company one, I don't have like PNGs of all my friends because they're not VTubers, so I can't exactly expect. Oh wait, what the fuck? How did I get here? Where am I? Why am I here? Why am I in the center? Chat, forgot to turn my panic. Oh, pigtails. Okay. Okay. I think we're fixed now. I don't know what's happening. Oh. Okay. And then I might scoot this a little bit more. I don't really know. Copy image. And then I'm gonna do the boundaries go. Okay, and then yes, okay. My brain is understanding things. Wombo, are there any other like co-op games that you'd ever want to play? Like Lethal Company, Repo, anything like that? 31st. Both? Oh, I guess we're friends on Steam. I could just see what games we both have. Because I feel bad if we just play Peak, but I kind of wanna Lockdown Pro, you wanna play some Lockdown Protocol? We'll play some Lockdown Protocol next week? Next Wednesday? You could play it. I don't know. Is the time okay for you though? Because it's like midnight for you. I guess it's not the latest it could be. Here. Let me ask Miu if she has it. Hold on. I think Miu has it. Because at this point, I asked Miu and then I asked Womble. Do you have Lockdown Protocol? Okay. I will ask wife if she has it as well. And then to another year, I'm just gonna make... Yeah, I'll make it work either way. Okay, well, if it ever, like, you listen to me, boy. If it ever gets too hard for you to do, please let me know, because, like, it could be a thing where, like, we do it earlier, or we do it later, or not later, but, you know, we could do it earlier. And if people don't like it, we'll figure it out, you know? Peak collab lethal company session. This is not the correct font. I need to use the new font now. And the new font would look so much better if I used the colors like this. And then what about if I did this one in my font, but I did it all caps? Yeah. Now session? Oh, thank you. What would I do without you? Yeah, just so happened yesterday that I was running 4 hours of sleep and have been up all day, so I was snoozing. You're fine. You're fine. I do not expect people to be like in peak condition, especially when it's the holidays. Especially when it's the holidays. I feel like this isn't like sub-letter enough. Hold on. Especially. You have a problem with how I say especially there, friend? Also, I don't want the radius to be so much. So I want it to be there, but I don't want it to be like so in your face that you're like, ew. And then this one, I kind of want it to be this one. Ghost. Otherwise, I'll think of another game from next week. Okay, new game. Okay, hold on. There's a way to see what games you and your friends have together. How do you compare games? And I know there's a way. Is it at the bottom? I swear to God, I look at their scenes to who else has lockdown, and I'm like, who the fuck is Queen? Fair. There's like a section to see what you and your friends have. I'll just look it up. Otherwise, I'm gonna be here for 2 years trying to figure it out. How to compare games with friends on Steam. Compare games with friends. I think a great Steam feature, you can see which games you guys have in common. So you go to games. Actually, okay. I'll do this with Womble. I'm stalking you. Womble, view profile. Then I go to games. And then games we both own. Wait. I need another tab of this, though. I need 2 tabs. Is it actually? I don't have this game. I don't have these games. Filtered to games you both own. It's not working. Okay, hold on. I'll scroll. Man, I remember playing golf with friends. That's a good game. Peak Lethal Company. Oh, guys. Ooh, I want to do like a Terraria thing. Ooh, do I want to do a Terraria thing at some point? Like, I want to have like a survival series. And I want it to be Minecraft, but not everybody has Minecraft. It makes me cry. It's okay, it can be my little Tism game. We all play CSGO too. Okay, wait, what games does wife have? Let me look at my wife. View profile games. Why doesn't it like? Yeah, cause I don't. Well, I have Outlast Trials. Oh, okay, maybe. I've wanted to play Content Warning. I've never played Content Warning before. Ah, Kletka Winter Update Wall. I don't know what game. I didn't really enjoy Content Warning, I'm not gonna lie. I heard that some of my friends played it and it was like just unpolished, and that way they didn't like it. I never really played it, and that's why I want to try it, but that's valid. Let's look up co-op games. Bro, categories, first person, online co-op. What the fuck is that? I was thinking it was like a silly little game, and then it gave me spooky. I've never played Abiotic Factory. Headliners would be fun. Headliners would be fun. Who has this game? Mew wants this game. Womble doesn't have this game either. Can you get like a friend pack? I don't think they do that anymore, which sucks. Some like games for like if like multiple people could play them. I think like Don't Starve Together did it, where you can get like a multiple keys and you can gift them to your friends. I like that you had to perform like streamers being a personality kind of thing on camera made me feel icky. That's fair. That's fair. What other games? Well, I'll play Arc Raiders. New and trending. Most recent. What the fuck was this? Mass. Interesting. Popular and upcoming. I do kind of want to look at popular and upcoming. I don't know what do you have any games that you wanted to try with friends? Womble? Animal. Yeah, creators of Little Nightmares 1 and 2 have joined you into a darker, more horrifying journey than before. In this horror adventure, a brother and sister go through hell. Interesting. Portal together? This doesn't look like Portal. The Gold River. Is this where you go gold panning? Oh, it's kind of like Sons of the Forest without those spooky things. Croak Squad. Oh, a game. I think that's the only thing is like I'm not good at picking collab games. Like there's games that I like playing, but like I don't know what makes a good collab game. Someone bought me Repo so I could play with them, and then they never played with me again. All right, we could do Repo. We could do Repo. About it's on Repo next week. Cause I like Repo. I personally like Repo a lot, especially modded Repo. I don't know. Hi, babes. Long time no see. Hello, Dreamiest. Dreamiest. Sorry, I can't read. It's such a fun game. It is such a fun game. I think out of like the three, I think I personally like Repo the most. Probably because I know how to mod it, but is this select game? Let's update them all. Let me look at them. Are any of them like deprecated? Astroneer is multiplayer now, right? We could explore space. Ooh. The house smells good. Oh, I have Astroneer. That's true. This one is a lot more peaceful. Does you have this game? You have this game. Let me just look at your friends list. Wait, you have Power Wash 2? Power Wash 2 could be fun. To be honest, it's on sale too. Happy New Year! Would you draw today? Oh shit. I forgot I'm still on that. My bad. We drew stuff for the Milk Bling Blind Box though. And I know I said that funny, but we drew not all of these. We drew oh, I am so bad at aligning things. We drew Pangy EXE as a bean, and then we made the little hat for you guys and stuff. We did that. I should be in co-working right now. I'm sorry. It's like a cooperative building. I bought P-Wood the week. I did a few missions and enjoying it. Yeah, it'll be very chill. Be a very chill game. Trying to battle my ADHD with games. I think Power Wash 2 could be fun though. Wait, what about House Flipper 2? Do you have House Flipper 2? I haven't played that one yet. I have it though. That one's way more expensive though. No, they're about the same. Just one's more discounted than the other. That one's $40. This one's full price $25. Cute. Just wanted to pop in before I go honk Mimi. Have fun with games. Thank you. They're having an Adventure Time collab. I might have just gotten sold on it. I haven't played it yet. There's also It Takes Two, and if only one of you need a copy. I've played that one. I'm gonna be honest, I don't like how it ends. I don't like how it ends. I don't like the couple either. I have wanted to play, okay, well now I'm kind of conflicting House Flipper. Ooh, I'm now, oh, I might have been sold on that one. I think the hardest part for me with planning collabs is, like, I want a game that everybody can play, but at the same time, there's, like, 20 games that I want to play that, like, I could just get. And this one has soap in it. The first one was supposed to have soap, but they didn't really implement the soap thing. But they have an Adventure Time pack that's coming. In spring on my birthday, which means we're going to play this on my birthday. Oh my god. I don't know. I'll think about it. Hold on. I'll think about it. I don't know what I want to do. I wish someone else would choose. Sign me up. Fuck yeah. I'll sign you up. How many people can play? Isn't it like 6 players? 6 to 8 players? I think it depends on the map, right? So we have a lot of people play that game on my birthday. I'm gonna take this one off. This one's cool though. Player count. Yeah. I don't know. I should plan this because I like playing a week ahead of time, but I don't know what we should do. Because I want to make it that something that everybody would enjoy, but at the same time, I want to play certain games. Date. You can bend. Move back the whip, shape, shift, and drift. I wonder if, like, other VTubers have this problem. Probably not. I feel like I probably not because I don't see it, but it's very possible. I'm just very curious if other VTubers have this problem where they want to play, like, games with their friends, but there's the confliction of, well, A, you have to buy the games, right, each time they come out, but at the same time, you have to play with a set of people. And sometimes playing with just one set of people can make it hard, especially if there's, like, something that happens. But then at the same time, if you make new friends and you want to invite them and the game doesn't have enough player amount to play with them unless you mod it, that's also kind of hard. But I think that's, like, my biggest conundrum. I should write this down for my therapist. I should write down therapy notes. I need to write down 2 of them. Therapy notes. Superstition. Wanting to start the year off doing superstitious stuff for good luck 'cause years been rough. But also, it's just another day. And then conflictions on group gaming, I think, is the thing. But yeah, I think that's the hard part about me, about like picking something to play. 'Cause like, for example, if it's like, if I'm playing with like Mew and their friends, that's already like 3 to 4 people. But then if I want to play with like Womble or Juwu or Pancake, then I have to pick a different game because I want to play with you guys, or like we'd have to do a separate lobby. And it's like, I wish there were more games that solved that problem, I think. Or maybe I just collab multiple times a week. But then if I collab multiple times a week, it takes away from the time that I want to do work and art. And I'm constantly doing work and art. There's so many things that I want to do in the day. Like, I want to crochet, I want to read a book. There are MMORPGs, but it's hard to find a good free one. Final Fantasy 14. I'm kidding. I would never get my friends into Final. Have less friends. Fuck off. Never. How many people can play Valheim? I'm just curious. 10 players. See, this is what I'm saying. The games, see, okay, I think the real thing here, the more I think about it, the more I dumb it down to myself. There are games that I want to play that can handle as many friends as I have. But they're longer form games, and a lot of people in the VTuber community cannot do longer form games, i.e. Valheim, i.e. Minecraft, i.e. unless like the Minecraft thing is hosted by someone else that like really wants to roleplay the world. Should I nuke the Minecraft server? I have work to do. What am I doing? I don't know what's happening. I think I might be having a small aneurysm. Not actually, this is just me being a goober. So I think we just start a D&D group. Okay, fair. But here's the other thing. One of us has to DM. We can't all be players. Which, you know, that's its own thing. But then there's also the idea that, January 1st. I think that's how you spell January 1st. What was the thing I was thinking about? Hold on. Okay. Oh, it's not Rary? I thought it was January. January? Oh my god, I've been spelling January wrong for so long. Okay, well that's besides the point. Anywho, what was I talking about? I forgot what I was. Oh. It's a time commitment that you have to set at least 3 hours aside for, which is fine because most collabs are at least 3 hours. But the problem with doing a D&D campaign is eventually if there's any drama between anyone or any of this time scheduling, it'll be a thing that you're locked into. February. Oh, you're right. February. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, you're right. But then it's like a thing where like everybody is reliant on everyone else. Like no one's gonna say like I don't want to play anymore, and then it becomes this thing where like half of the people are really looking forward to it, and then the other half of the people are like, I don't really want to play. It would make my day better if we didn't play, but I'm not gonna say anything about it. And then like it's just this awkward stalemate, and I don't want to do that. I just want to play games and have fun. Paladins is up to 4, but but Paladins is up to 4, but it does require replays, I believe. I think that's fine. I don't know. I think the other problem is, for me, is that like it's a tabletop game on Steam. I'm gonna look it up. Let me look this up. The other thing is like, ooh, this is cute. This is cute though. Oh wait, this is cute. This is cute. Add to a wish list. Like the things, like if I had to list games that I really want to play with people, I honestly think it's survival games. Like I really want to play Starbound. I really want to play Kiora. I really want to play Minecraft. I really want to play a bunch of stuff. And it's Wingus Dongus Penis Poopus. And also I want to play Minecraft now. But I also want to play Blueprints. And also I think Raft. I do want to also play Raft. I think I just want to play survival multiplayers. Because I like building houses and farming. But like it takes extension spans. And shrug. Shruggy. Relink. I like Minecraft, but I don't like the survival stuff. I just want the building. That's fair. And I think that like I think that's why like to be honest, I'm okay with giving people like in my Minecraft server creative. Cause there's some people that just want to build. Like Wacky, Mr. Wacky stuff, they just like building. And I'm like, that's completely fair if you just want to build. But also at the same time, you might like Tiny. I think Womble would love Tiny. I could see Womble doing a POV like boyfriend puts you to sleep kind of thing with Tiny Glade, if I'm completely honest. I don't know. I think another problem is for me is that what I really also want is I want to roleplay Minecraft server. Like, you know those SMPs that are like there's like a story to it, but I don't want to write a whole story because like I'm ooped and I have a small brain and I don't feel like doing that. I'm gonna delete this. Delete it. I don't want it anymore. So everything's here that I need, right? Yeah. I'm gonna try to rename this to Debut Stinger Project. Rename. Debut Stinger. But yeah. I think the other problem, how much money would it take to make someone make me a Minecraft mod pack that has a bit of a storyline? No, like a progress system that has a progress system? I'd be down for Raft series too, not gonna lie. I love building boats. I want to play. Do you have Raft? I know, isn't it like done now too? Isn't it like not? Yeah, it looks like it's not in early access anymore. What a fucking Google. Hundreds of thousands! You're talking like actually like a quest mod. Or like FTB quests. I just want to hire someone to take everything from FTB quest and streamline it. Thank you for that. I love how you misread that too. Wallet.
Gotta find a honey for my
from
homie.
my homie.
A baby for
Honey
my
for
buddy.
my honey.
A
A lady
for my
honey. How to make FTB quests line. Like how to make, okay, hold on. I gotta look this up. We're gonna listen to this with me because we're both in this together now because I 2026. Actually, you know what? I want to change one of my bingo cards. I want to change one of my bingo things. Hold on. I want to change one of my bingo things. Where's my bingo card? Oh, it's in here. Okay. Is this allowed? Yeah, it's allowed. It's allowed. It's my bingo card. Minecraft. Actually, no. I will keep that one. Catch up on my movies. This is whatever. I will just. Make finalized Milk Club SMP. Okay. I was working on a story thing for a mod server once, but stopped because drama happened. That's what I'm saying. Like, I just want drama free, man. I want drama free export. I will keep them both though. So I will call this 2. So that way I can be like, this was the second version because I wanted to replace something. Because I'm never going to catch up on my movie list. Okay. Five EBC steps, they say, chat. It's going through my Spotify thing. Yeah, that's fine. I just need to rename something. Okay. I just want to do making quests. Okay. 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 Okay, but, right. Why use FTB quests over the achievement system? Because the achievement system also has like an arc, which is what we have right now, which is like it changes. FTB quirks. How do I get FTB work really shows achievement system? To function like achievement system as I want players to be able to get money and create numismatic. Next week. Okay. It's so deafeningly quiet. Okay. How to make a good... Is there like a how to make a good Minecraft SMP? How to make an SMP that won't fail? I don't know if this matters much, because this is just really for me at the end of the day. But it's also a little bit like I want people to play with me. I don't care about inactivity, man, to be honest. Like, I can't control that. Okay, wait. Okay, fantasy Minecraft mod packs. I think at the end of the day, what I'm thinking about is I want a fantasy Minecraft mod pack. Cause like, oh hello, cause like that's all I really like is like that kind of stuff, and then a bunch of building mods. Are you wanting RPG aesthetic too, like NPCs? Maybe. I did think that could be fun. I do think that could be fun. 100 days of Minecraft, fantasy Minecraft. Fantasy Minecraft. Minecraft, but it's fantasy. Very simple. Our objective is to incorporate an abundance of fantasy-themed content into Minecraft while maintaining the authentic vanilla experience. This mod pack has been optimized for smooth experience across various computer systems. They do numerous performance mods. Furthermore, we have a diligent efforts to harmonize the configuration of all mods, aiming for a seamless integration. If you happen to be a fellow nerd just like us, you will truly relish in the clever nods and hidden surprises of referencing popular fantasy films and games scattered throughout the mod pack. Further information. Okay. I'm going on a side tangent, aren't I? How happy denied by you. I think I still have a list modding goons and dojo. Was it? Let me see if I can find it. Yes, thank you, Stone. 5 must-try fantasy mod packs for Minecraft. Medieval Minecraft. RL Craft. Mine shafts and monsters. World of Dragons. The scroll ends. I don't know. It sounded that cool. Fantasy RPG. I think Cisco's is like the biggest one. I put 5 things in Zodiac's pocket. Ooh, popularity. Yeah, I think Cisco's one is the most popular. Said 1,000 years after the ultimate Dragonfire continues the saga of the same deep lore custom cosmetics. Cisco's medieval fantasy RPG. Completely revamped. What version? 1.19.2. 1.19.2. Let's just look up fantasy, and then let's look up Forge, and then let's look up what's the newest 1.10 Plantcraft. I don't know what's the like next popular one. Make it easy. Which one did I click? 1.21.9. I feel like 1.21.1. Or is it 1.20.1? Enchanted Living. Which one do we use? I think we use 1.20.1. Yeah. Yeah, looks like 1.21 is still the most. Collect 7 eyes and restore the Architect's Prism. Mythic Cores. Dark Fantasy Craft. The Boiled One. Vintage Wilds. Inspired by Vintage Story. We'll just play Vintage Story, in my opinion. In my professional opinion, just play. Enhance on performance. There's a whale! How's this different than... How is this go... This is light. Ah, okay. I have dreams. The Architect's Prism, you need to collect 7 eyes. You get through 4 processes of crafting. Eyes of the essence dropped by the wither. Start chapter 2 and picked up. Essence of the transistor dropped by the editor and lost aether content. Chapter starts in chapter 3. What the fuck? Bro, this is like a whole ass storyline. Dropped by the Wither starts chapter 2 and picked up. Dropped by the Air Whale King lost aether content starts chapter 3. Dropped by the Red Dragon rediscovered and starts chapter 4. Dropped by Ender Guardian Cataclysm starts chapter 5. What the fuck? Found and sent the doc. Thank you. Am I okay with sharing this on stream? Yeah, it's fine. Cool. I just didn't want to share it if you were like, this is personal. Hallowed Spawn. Yo, a 5-year lore plan? Oh. Wow, this was a lot. Pathfinder, the Ancients. Whoa, this is like a whole ass thing. Whoa. Hi, Shadow. Hollow Story Mode mods. These are mods I believe will enhance the story mode for Hollow's RPG Dungeon Crawler. I do not recommend getting these exact mods as I'm not sure whether the plugins are being used or if any error would clear if the Hollowed or to use some of those mods, but I do highly. So it does feel like I gotta do more planning, which sucks a little monkey balls. Do you think we could make a Minecraft mod pack in 3 months? Hey Lane, how are you? I'm pretty good. How are you? Oh, my little small penis. I don't know. I kind of want to make a new one. Hold on. Let me duplicate this. This one was cool, but well, no, I like the description of it. Mod shader supporting. That's tough unless you're dedicated or have peeps who are. I think I'm pretty dedicated. Homestead. Homestead is a really good one that I feel like is gonna be good for like the people that just want to build and make farms and stuff. Is there a new blind mock this month? There is. Look at the pinned message, you boob. Were you wanting a custom starter area with cities and stuff? Nah. No, not really. Stone block. FTB. This stone reminds us of the evolution of Minecraft. All the mods 10. Better Minecraft. Oh, it was big guy Chad's Plus is the other one I'm thinking about. But I don't know if calling me a boob? Yeah, because you're not reading. Big Chad. Yeah, big guy Chad replaced with Cobblemon. I'm gonna do the non-Cobblemon one. I like Cobblemon, but at the same time, I'm kind of like everybody has Cobblemon, so I feel like being the only server that doesn't have Cobblemon isn't gonna be that big of a deal. But I can't believe this guy played it. I can't believe Ryan played it. Ryan Higa? That's fucking crazy. I was elected to lead, not read. Fair. You also create different realms of your server, one for survival, one for SMP. Is that not... Well, I guess it's like the thing is like I don't want to go so hard SMP that there's actually a storyline. I just want to make a mod pack that people want to play for a long time. Because I feel bad because I feel like mine peters out, but maybe it's good and it's just because I haven't played it in a while and I don't really know what's happening because my brain is going cuckoo bananas. Because I always have this thing where every few months I think about Minecraft and how good Minecraft can be, and then I go, oh, I want to do that again, and then I want to suffer again. Because creating a mod pack is kind of fun. I have it downloaded on a new PC. Let's fucking go. But I don't know. I don't know. You know, template. Relink, select clips, look folder. Cancel. It's gotta relink my stuff. In all the wrong places. Maybe this is something else I'll talk to my therapist about. But if I talk to my therapist about it, that's less time I have to do the thing. That's less time to do the thing because I'm talking to my therapist, which I'd have to wait till next week for. When I could start it this week. I feel like I'm just being a boob. I did that one. I don't know why, but I just thought about like going and looking at like a magic conch shell and being like, am I being a boob? Or like a magic 8-ball. I wish I had a magic 8-ball. Okay. Not that we could make one technically. We could make one. Okay. Oh, did I relink the wrong folder? I think I clicked on Russian's relink. I think I might have. I like to say it all depends on your end goal for the server. Like you can have an SMP, but I think that usually means a dedicated server realm for it, especially if you're trying to make content. The current one is fun, but if you feel pairs are too disconnected, then maybe create hubs where people can meet up or mini games. That's fair. I do like that. I think it's just I want to make it something that I'll love forever, and I don't know how to do that. Where's this thing I'm looking for? 1208. 122208? What the fuck? What am I looking for? I don't know. I think these are things I don't need. Are these things that I need? Raw furnitures replace. I don't know what these are, and I don't know if I need them. Okay. Again, the snap captions looks like that. I don't do it like this anymore. I think movement, delete. Because I feel like, going back to the Minecraft conversation, I feel like sometimes when you see your friends or someone you like streaming something that they genuinely enjoy, it makes you want to play it, you know? And I think that's what I want to make at the end of the day. I want to make something that's well-rounded, that I can I guess understand is weird. I want to make something well-rounded. Something that if I were to do it, Patreon as well. So an Etsy. Sorry. And that like I could plan having like fun events. Like if I want to do a Christmas event, I can do that. If I want to do something else, I could do that. Do I have Reddit in here? Isn't Reddit orange? I think that's also where I'm kind of like, I don't need this one and I don't need this one. Sorry for the burp. I'll keep Ursa's, I think, maybe. Yeah. Like you. This one. Nah, I'm going to the wrong place. Oh no, this is fine. Hello, Moon. Welcome on in. Hello. Happy New Year. I hope you're doing well. Ooh. That is a good point, Brain. Guess who's on a Minecraft thought train again?
Oh, I was there when you started the train. It continued.
The train is like petering off now. But
ADHD.
yeah. But I think I got the core what I want. I want a medieval Minecraft mod pack, medieval fantasy. I feel like medieval and fantasy are a bit different. So medieval fantasy that I enjoy playing. That if I want to host stuff like seasonal stuff in it, I can.
Well, how would that be different from what you have now?
I don't know. Thank you for the cheek, Beb.
Okay, we'll figure out if they're different and then go from there.
Okay. How much in Minecraft servers want is that they have a team. If you want to do all this, you probably need You're probably right, Star. You're probably right. Why can't I be 50 people? I wish I was 50 people. That's fair. I think it's just like I just want to have a Minecraft server that I just want to play on. I don't know. Cause like I don't need all the big story stuff. I don't need all the big like buildings or anything like that, because like the fun part about it is like 3 years from now we'll be able to look back on the Minecraft server and look through all the cities that we're building, you know? Or just homestead or small villages. What's my first Vibe and Shine video about? Vibe and Shine, episode 1. With seasonal depression and a little too much bedrotting, I've decided to create a series of bits of my life that may be... Yeah, those are the images I need. Where do they come from? I think they actually are coming from my serotonin folder. I want the one that looks like Moira, which I don't know where that is. Pics of animals. This one. This is going to be placeholders. This one, and then I have to find the one of this one. And then gay baby be like goo goo gay gay. There we go. Way now, I get harder than most. Shin Godzilla. Blip. Like special drops from monsters exchanged for collectibles. Yeah, that would be cool. That could be cool. I think like the special drops. I didn't really think about it. I think that's the thing. I don't really know. Wow, you're asking a lot of really important questions. Which I appreciate. Don't get me wrong, I really appreciate it. Trying to think. Cause I think the hardest part about that question for me personally is that my family was never one to do help back and stuff, so that's why no, I need this. These are the questions of like that I need, because it's like if I'm gonna keep talking about it, then I need to either I'm gonna keep bitching about it or I'm gonna do something about it, and I'd rather do something about it than just sit here and be like chat whine, you know? So it's very helpful to have these questions. So I really appreciate it, Star. If I were to do holiday things, because I know that I'm not always gonna do holiday things, which I think is okay. But if I were to do them all the time, what would I do? That's the wrong one. If I were to do them regularly, how would I want to do them? I think I might replace those images. God, that's such a good question. I think I know for Christmas, I think it'd be fun if we did like a little like white Santa thing. Or white Christmas? White elephant? White elephant kind of thing? That's the wrong one. I guess I just want to be able to decorate, you know, make the world like kind of nice. Hello, welcome on in. Hope we're having a good day. Oh, what else? What other yeah, like the biggest thing is like I'd like to be able to like decorate. And I think the more I think about it, I do want a starting area. I do think I want a starting area, but the thing is like I'm not anal about if it's done when the server is open. I just want a bare minimum something, and that's why I like the idea of having the Milk Club barn, a nice farm, and then a tavern and an inn in a mountain, and then a mailbox. Yeah. Why I'm going insane is because I've learned so much art stuff, but hands, no keep up. That's fair. That's fair. That's why you gotta practice every day. That's why practicing helps. Okay, gotta close those now. Save. Pain, listening to you harp about some. Star, are you in the council? You are in the council. Cool. Just making sure. To shoot an arrow through my heart. And just the V stars template, I think, is last. Love you from the start. I feel like I have to write everything I thought of down, and I probably should. So literally brain thought. Same brain. That's fun. No, my bed staring into. I will write this down though. I do think it would be a good idea to write down so that way I could come back to it later. Actually, you know what we're gonna do it the best way possible? We're gonna do it in an Excel sheet because I can. Cupid walks right through and shoots an arrow through my heart. How like Milk Club Minecraft planning. True. You gotta check marks too, so if things are done, you can update the list. True. True. Okay. Yeah. Go away. Oh, oops. Milk Club Minecraft SMP planning. And then make this one big. And then questions. Or like goals. I think goals would be good. And then let's put this here actually. Oh, does that matter that much? I didn't know that. It's just a name. Go become A. Yeah, boob. Oh, by the way, what model are you using? Is it Forge Fabric? It's Forge. It is Forge, even though I probably should use a different one, but I'm pretty sure that Forge is still the most popular one. So maybe that's something. Goals / questions. Cause like, there's a lot of things on Forge that I think are Forge specific that I want to keep. What mod loader? Let's just make this long. Then we're gonna merge these. What mod loader? Boop. You do the hell, man. What happened? To find me. What mod loader will we be? What will we be using? The Forge, probably, because there are Forge specific mods like Alex's mobs that I enjoy, but I should look into others. Because the Minecraft modding isn't the same as it used to be. I don't know if I need all these rows, so let's delete the columns. Nico finally calmed down enough to rest before dinner tonight. He has been impossible. Oh no, I'm sorry that he's kind of been a bit of a boob, but I hope he's feeling better now. What do we want out of the server? I would like to have a nice mod pack that I can perpetually update, mess around with, but have the focus. But okay, I want to medieval fantasy world with good balance between progressively harder bosses, quaint farming and building, and exploration. This includes magic. Why do I want to do this? Well-rounded. That I play for years. What kind of events do I want to do? I'd like to do holidays, like decorate the server a bit. Maybe have like small gift giving events / special mob holiday variants. etc. Possibly have it to where crowd control, I think. Do you also want the server to be mostly user-led? Do you want markets in-game currency system? Do I want the server to be user-led? I think I'm okay with people being like, I want this for this, but I think it'd also be nice if we could have like, I think it's already a thing where it's like you could set up a shop and like trade like emeralds for stuff. I like emeralds a lot, trading emeralds. Low-key, I'm a villager. I'm an NPC villager. Yes, in-game currency and a big thing to me, but if people want to set up like market stalls, I think having emeralds as a currency would be fun, or like gems equivalents. Is there anything else? Star, if you want, I can send you this, and then you can mess with it if you want. You can have, like, put questions in here. All day variants. Let's do sure. I appreciate you. Let's do this share differently. If you have more questions that I haven't thought of, you can write them in there. Because I can't really think of any more. At least not right now, at least. So with that being said, I'll start actually working on stuff I should actually work on for today. Position, zoom. That's a little small, 0.3. I like 0.3. I think that's okay. Star has been promoted. You have been promoted. Not really. I would let, if any of you want questions, comments, advice about the Minecraft server, I'm helping. Delph, keep inflation in check. How so? Is there not really? I guess there's. I mean, you could farm emerald from villagers, I think. But I imagine the stalls will be small and cute, so I don't think it'll be anything super crazy. I have to check a video because I forgot. I think it's set up differently in the last few. Or I fucked up and I didn't change it, and both are entirely possible. Most open servers use fake in-game currency like gold, which usually ends up with one user having all the money. That's fair. That's fair.
With love. And I want to.
Okay, I do just kind of move it up. Okay. I should probably inform Sim that I am once again on my Minecraft kick again, huh? Because he's like the tech guy of Minecraft stuff. Yeah, I guess I'll inform him. I'll put it in the council at Sim on a Minecraft scheming kick again, but this time I'm planning even harder. See page 3 of the Excel sheet. And then I'll add the Excel sheet in here. Oh, this is the Minecraft planner. Oh, my brain. My brain is like so excited, but at the same time, it's like, oh, this is going to be a doozy. And I'm like, yes. Yes, it will be. But at the same time, I think that's the fun part about it. So that it is kind of a doozy to do. Actually, I kind of want to put them in the corner. True, and you can always ask for volunteers for help too. This is true. This is true. I don't know where I'd start to finding those though. Oh, apply. I don't know if I'll like the way this sits, but we'll find out. Nope, I'm not gonna. Okay. Yeah, no, that looks even. Point one. Bulletproof. I'm hobby. And this one will be 83. I'll save it. And now that I know the thing that I know, I can go to here. Open file location. User guests. Go here. Go to... Sources, timelines, DaVinci templates. Remove these. Yep. And then there's one more thing I have to do actually as well. So the projects. Template. There we go. And eventually there'll be an enshrine template, but that's not for today. Close, save, and then... Ooh, I did it. Not yet. Get out of here. Yep. I gotta go to this one. And then snap captions. And this goes here, and this will be called gen text. And go away. Delete it. Gen text. Oh. Old. So this is general text. This is vibe and shine text. And then this is V-star text. That I'll just put like... Minute and baby, don't you like... I want this to be on the right spot. It's already a good size, I think. Let's make it size 8. And then let me turn this on for a second. 0. Yeah, I think that's good. You can take me high to go. Stars text. Delete track, save. So I have the V stars, vibe and shine, and then the general text. And did you know does it the same? Vibe and shine is different. I think everything else tends to stay the same. So I think that should be good. So now with that being the case, we now have to go into here. Delete. And then the did you know template, snap captions. I don't think this one matters. The next one that matters. Oh my love. You know I love to get how my love. Tech yellow. Hang on. Highlight, vibe shine. Away. Snap captions. And then V-stars. Yeah, you know. Hi, Pocky. How are you? Well, I deleted that, but oh well. Didn't mean to delete that. That's fine. Let's see, Lane Z, video editing, resources, templates, new. Nope. New folder. This is going to be power. Tired mood. Same. A lot of brain thoughts. Little time. Where I'm supposed to be. Sound effects. Thank you for the boop. Save. And now we can do stuff. You know I love to get. Copy paste. These are video templates. Da Vinci resources. Okie dokie. Oh, papa, bend to print in a bend. Breathe of airlines at the muscle is for free. Okie dokie. Line. Oop. Mute. Or I guess this doesn't need to be mute, but I just want to lock it. Timeline, create, a single, create. Thank you for a boop, by the way. I'm sorry I didn't see it right away. Okay. I'm already seeing issues. Boop. No. Wait, update. Download. I'll do it later. Oh, whoa. I think I want to remove. Did it, an unknowing rabbit when I manufacture. Bunny. Thank you for the wellness check, by the way. And your head pass. Oh, thank you, thank you, thank you. I feel revitalized. I'll drink water in 2 seconds. Money. Information. Unknowing. So I've been physical high game before I get into bed to play a game and talk to my boyfriend. Hope you're Thank you, Bunby. I love you so much and I hope you're doing well. If you need anything from me, you know where to find me. I adore you very, very much. Tears in a bright sunny day and forget we're lying. What is this about? What is this about? Okay, so this is where it has to start. Okie dokie. Thank you. I'm always happy to see you. You're so. Oh, of course, Bun B. And I'm so happy I got to meet you this year. And we have a good friend. How's your New Year's? Pretty good. Pretty good. I'm pretty sleepy overall, but I think that's just how I am. Symbols are such an everyday tool. Too sweet. This one doesn't actually have someone shoveling. Oh, it's okay. But no, it's been good. I've had a good time so far. I'm trying to stay very, very positive because if I'm honest, last year was a bit of a bumfuck. If I'm honest, last year was a little like it was a really good year for streaming and my career towards streaming, but it's a bit of a bumfuck financially. It feels like. I feel like I didn't get to do as many things as I wish I could have last year, but that's what this year is for, right? This year we'll do bigger and better things. This bad boy can fit so much kindness. Oh, that's cute. But I want to live forever, babe. This year will be better. Yeah, like I want to go to Offkai, but I don't know if I'll go to Offkai. It's a cool convention that happens in like June, July, and like I like it a lot. But it's like, and a lot of people I know are going to it, and I kind of want to go to it, but like I don't know if I want to go to it because like spoiler alert, I don't really look like my model. I have black hair, and I'm a goober just like my model. You have the same vibes, but I don't know. Another thing to talk to my therapist about. Another thing to put on the list to talk to my therapist about. Won't go off, Kai. Worried, disappointment. I can't spell disappointment. Chances are you have one in your home. Actually, that one should be the home one. And also, how can my year not be awesome? Because, like, I have you guys. And I didn't have you guys last year. Well, I had some of you guys last year, but there's more of you here this year. And it's like, more friends the merrier, right? Like, how can you be sad with this many friends? And you have a lot of thoughts with this many friends, though. Let me tell you what. You guys make me think about a lot of stuff. Like, what I'm gonna do for next year's Halloween already. But that's kind of like some things, like a passing comment. Like, oh, next year we can do that. I get excited. I think I have to come up a little bit more. Like, this model needs to come up a little bit more. Where's my pure ref? It's gonna happen, I believe. 80606. I don't know where my model is. I'm gonna presume my model sits there, but I don't really know now. I want to edit something really quick. Templates. This one. I just want to change where the. I just want to show where the. Things go. And they should go the same place every time. So with that in mind, these need to go out of this fucking folder. And then I'll put general text here so that way I can go away. Because I miss the way you laugh. Oh shit. Save. Love your mom, but it's the season of the sticks, and I saw your mom. She forgot that I existed, and it's half my fault. But I start to go to victim of drink alcohol till my friends come home for. I think this is gonna bug me that it's not centered, so I'm just gonna fix that. Other half was you. You just passing through. Poo. Can I change this in here? Transform. Oh, but it's time to play the victim. I drink alcohol till my friends come home for Christmas, and I'll dream each night of some version of you that I might not have, but I did not lose. Now your tire tracks and one pair of shoes, and I'll sit in half, and I don't have to lose. Okay, I'll have to check that with all of them. Oh yes, yes. Not that one, this one. Me in the eye, tell me that I'm still alive. Continuous. One. There you go. Never been falling apart without you. Because that I can't cut you off my mind. You've done to I knew. Oop. Rasterize. I'll take this guy. Oop. You have me. I want to escape from what I used to be. Just to take apart without you. Maybe I was, but I can't get you off my mind. Until I knew behind. Right there. Actually, I kind of want to make it yellow. 56. There we go. Okay. I'll turn this off. Export. Video editing. Actually, let me replace it in here. Self-sleeps. My velvet. There we go. That way. I can move my VTuber model. And also delete track. Actually, no, undo that. Negative 228, negative 228. Negative 228. And then negative 2. Is that right? I think this would be 0. Okay, and then we do it like this. Yeah. Okay, I like that. And then now we go into Did You Know? And then it should have the same template. It does! Cool. And then I can understand that I can boost myself up to like here. Be at 0. Okay, cool. But you're not the first. I had a guy hugging each other, right? I think that's what I had there. Did you know? 31, this one. There's 2 guys hugging. Where are the 2 guys hugging? Wait, is that not in this one? Is that in a different one? It might be in this one. Then we will do potatoes. The potato one. These potatoes. And clips. Similar to the need of arrowheads. Yeah, this one. I don't have a video about arrowheads. I feel like that would be kind of important. Arrowhead. Bow hunting. I want this one. He looks like he's in the wild. I have to do sound effects too. Yeah, I got ideas for it. I got this. And clips. Think. Bink. Oh, he's like, fucking fuck knuckles. No, don't do that. No, I'm gonna just get out. Okay. Can you hiding? Half the time. Wanna train you like machines do. Arrow. This one? wait, yes, I do want this one. Don't believe any of it. And then we can do 1, 2, 3. And we can just keep changing them, so that way we just have background footage that's happening. 1, 2, 3. That one can end here, and there's another one. This one. W song, very W song. I fucking love this song, dude. This is really good. It always reminds me of this one web novel. Web novel that I really like. It's not your usual. You are correct. This isn't your usual. What is it called? What is it called? Web comic. Ava's Demon. Ava's Demon. This one. I really like this story. It's a good story. I don't think I finished it yet though. It's on Webtoons. If anybody wants to read it. There's a key. They used to sell this key that's like integral to the story, and I really wanted one, but I didn't find out until later because this has been out for a long time. They're on Blue Sky. Follow? Fucking love their art. Their art is magical, bro. Their art is magical. So pretty. I like their art a lot. Their story is really good, and so I highly recommend if you're wanting to dig your teeth into something that's got different planets and space and demons and love and lost and stuff. Then I highly recommend that story. It's pretty good, and I haven't even finished it, but I still recommend it. In the kitchen sink, I don't wanna feel, I don't have enough videos. On top, get a drink, throw up in the kitchen sink. I wanna feel anything. I need videos, shovels. Oh, that's an axe. Push back my limits. Oh, good, babe, I'm fine. I just eeny, meeny, my. Some get a drink, throw up in the kitchen sink. Wanna feel, I don't wanna feel anything. This one looks too modern. Like a modern shovel. Look at this one. Modern shovels are just shovels, though. Can I have a game about hitting people with shovels? That's what I want. I want a game about hitting people with a shovel. Oh, I could add in that video. Would it be fucked up to add in that video where the girl gets hit by that, like, shovel? Shovel Knight? I would play Shovel Knight. I'd be really bad at it, but I'd play Shovel Knight. Would it be wrong of me to use a video where the girl gets hit by a shovel? I feel like it's old enough that it's okay. Video where a girl gets hit with a shovel. Like, it's fucked up, but everybody knows the video about the girl getting hit with a shovel. I just want the raw video. Original video. Yeah, it's this video. When did she get the shovel? Ooh. Wait, when she didn't get a shovel? Oh, is she gonna grab that shovel? Oh. Oh! Sorry, that was fucked up to laugh at. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Sorry. But it had like meme music, so it made it funnier. I'm sorry. But it's old now, so like it should be okay to like put in the background, right? Yeah, that chick got hit with a shovel. Which, you know, I don't know what the fight was about. We don't know what the fight was about, so it could have been warranted. Where the fuck did that download? Damn it. Where is it? Where is it? I think the universe is trying to tell me not to use the video. But I really want to use the video. So give me it. It's a Vine remix. Dan gets hit with a shovel. Just let me download the goddamn video, please. Not that one. I want this one. Why can't I download this video? Download YouTube video. Don't tell the government. But I need this video for my video. Because it's funny. Download. If only my tool worked like how my tool's supposed to work. Save. Okay, cool. Yeah, there we go. There we go. I just want the part where she gets hit with the shovel. It's such low quality, but I think that makes it better. Okay, and then she's gonna walk off. Wait. Oh, wait. Oh, do I have to, like, follow it? I don't have to follow it. Okay, I want point of impact to be the very end of the video. Right there. Okay. Okay, so now I gotta add a bunch of sound effects. What is the fuck does winter sound like? Winter? Oh, I gotta mute this. Oh, how do I do this now? How do I make it so you guys can't hear this? I guess I'll just put it to this for now then. She put you like that. Then put it there for now. Alright. I want this one. Wait, I need the like first tone to happen. Wait, so it should go. Wait, that's not how I wanted to do that. I wanted to do snow trick. I think I had like 4 shovels, a trench shovel, a spade, and a trowel. Trowel, spade, trenching, snow, and then I'm gonna clip all these out. To go to the restroom. Which I will do in a second after I get this part done. This one. Around your finger, acting like a fool. This one could be a little bit smaller. And then rotate it. And then this one is the longest, boy. Is that one? I kind of want to rotate this one a little bit more. And then this one, which I want to rotate even more, make it even smaller. Let's see how big it can be. And make it bigger. This one, and this one, and this one. Okay, so it would be like... And then I gotta do little sound effects. Let's do this one. I like this one. Boop, boop, boop. One, and then we could do like a gasp sound effect. Oh, like a gasp, like, oh, yeah, this one. You're home, and you're... I'm just gonna put the Lego break noise in here for no reason. Other than I just want audio. Like an arrow. Like a whoosh. Yeah! Minecraft bow. Save. I realized I cut myself off in that sentence. Let me fix that. Oh, wait. I moved the wrong bit. I am moving all the wrong parts. There we go. is that? Shoot. What is happening here? It's this one. And then we go here. Take. And then do this, and then save. And this can come out a little bit more, and we can lock that one. Save, and then go here. For eons. And I can do like an ooh. Actually, I kind of like one of those. Okay, so take this particular shovel, and then we grab this one, not that one, this one. And then this one was made with a whalebone. And then this one was made with an antler horn. Okay, so let's do this. And then we make it smaller. And then we're going to do like I kind of want to do like a pan left. Oops. Let's do a pan left. Maybe not. Just do page curl. I always like page curl. Let's do this, and then this here, and then this. Slowly zoom here and up just a little bit. Make it smaller. And then I kind of don't want these to align with the background, so I'm just going to edit them a little bit. Let's go. And then this becomes smaller, and then this goes here. Let's not do that. Let's do this, and then like that. Oh, I guess it's because I want to do this. Where's the cross dissolve? This one. Let's do cross dissolve. Bring back in pop wobble. This one. I'll do cross dissolve and cross dissolve. Oh, where'd your pop bubble go, buddy? Okay, so then this one, a whalebone. I need a whale sound. Whales are weird. What about moose? Can I have someone say moosin'? I wonder if someone just clipped this, someone saying moosin'. Thank you for the streak and the head pats. I appreciate it. I hope you're all doing well. Moosin'. You know what I'm gonna do instead? It was made from a moose antler. I'm gonna do moose. I'm gonna do this moose. Silly. Moose antler. Place and time. Day. Lena may have found a scammer. Where? Where? Let's do moose. I just want someone yelling the word moose. 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 I like this one. There's a long story. Well, we're here for a little bit, so if you want to talk about it, you can. The fuck, does that make sense? I think it should have a different sound effect. Okay, I think that's good enough. It's not perfect to how I would normally do my TikToks, but it's good enough. I'll put my hand on the stove. Gen text. I want to change this to like, I think I do like 23. I put my hand on the stove to see if I still bleed. Oh, one. Oh. I'm not okay. 0.5. Ooh, do 5. Okay. Don't worry, girl. No, I'm sure if I'm into you. Like I was probably so light and confused. Okay. Boop. I looking for someone new. This is really small text in my opinion. Me and you together. Yes, forever. Basically, I joined a Discord server of a YouTuber I like, so I just could get better updates about when their video come out, so I never talked about it, but someone messaged me pretending to be the streamer and sent me their Discord of the management company to help me grow, but when I hopped in the chat of said streamer, they had no idea who I was. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of, that's sometimes how it is sometimes. Sometimes, yeah. To myself. Yeah, that's fine. I'll just change it per. So did you know it's good now? But at least you were able to figure out that it was a scammer before you did anything, like, irreparable, you know? So you gotta give yourself kudos on that. We'll do V-stars next, but I have to go to the restroom. So let me go to the restroom really quick. So then I looked at the manual comment. I was like, can you send me a TOS? Okay. These tears. Just be happy at the end. They didn't even know what that meant. Yeah, it's pretty sus. Pretty sus. That's pretty sus. I'll be right back. Feel free to keep talking about it though. That is a spooky poopy. That is spooky poopy. Actually, I need to replace this one. Replace. V stars, this one, this one. And then save, and then I'm gonna bring the intro thing in here. Where's the intro? Intro. Okay, no tornado. I think this part, and then... You know, I've been looking for an emote that's along the lines of bursting through the wall to use for entering streams. This ain't it, but I still like it. I do like that one as well. Similar but different. Okay, so... it's got booty 2 extra points. True. Okay. That's good. That was good. Delete track, and then brain. Where is the... It's this one, isn't it? Link clips. Apply. Oops. Oh. What was the number? -228.78 positions 0. I think that's good. Okay. Oops. Now I'm a bit petty and am now talking to the CEO of the company. Oh. Okay, let's go here. Cool. So this one go here. This one go here. And then this can scoot. Scoot. And then save. And then we're gonna scoot these guys. So if this one doesn't exist anymore because it's only one person, we do clip operations, replace selected clip with this one and this one. And then we're going to turn this back on, and then this one becomes V stars, this one, 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 AP, save, and then we have to clip operations, replace the selected clip again with this one and this one. This one comes all the way out here, save. Very good, very good, very good. And then we'll move this. And then timeline, create subtitles from audio, create. And I might boost my audio just a little bit because I feel like I'm a little quiet like here. Do 2. I think it'll be good. Oh, when I was younger. Mine, oh, you were sweethearts. Oh, bird. And then I want a pigeon noise. Actually, an owl noise? Owl. Save. To enter chats now, assuming I remember. Figure out how will you enter chats? I'm curious. Tell me. I do like that. I do like that. That's actually pretty good. Good entrance. Good entrance. Okay, and then here, go up 1, and then we're going to do snap captions. And we're going to do V star text. We're going to go to default. We're going to go to 24. We're going to select subtitle track 2 and then create phrases. And then we're going to go default. We're going to go to advanced settings and we're going to turn these all off. Close and then create captions. Oh, it does. It does. Naomi's got good emotes. Oh, I did that wrong. Oops. Snap captions, restart text. So I have to do it like this. Oh, there we go. There you go. And then I gotta bring this down. And then I have to color it. Oh, I have to color this 2 separate times, I think. Yes, I do. Text. This one. Green. Okay. And the border. Okay. It is better as 2. Yeah, it is. I'd have to agree with you. I think it is better as 2. Because then it's like, it kind of tells a story, you know? Nothing's allowed movie trailer. And it's like a physical fight. Okay. Backspace. I keep forgetting that it's backspace. Okay. Captions with I just saw a trailer, a cowboy. Great. I think as 2 is better. Because, like, they could not reference that, like, it's an entrance and they just might think you're just doing emotes and then saying hi. I agree. I do have to move this down a little bit, though. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. That's okay. Intention. You could also enter like that. That's fair. But I think if you enter like that, you have a little hostility, you know? So if it's a chaotic VTuber, I think you should, or streamer, you should do it. I think, but if they're not and they're chill, you should do the other one. Did I spell Noctis right? Noctus. And I have to make sure the puns landed. The assistant. The alchemist. Ta-da! For us to vibe in. Not this. Polite. You call me my own. And then I just want to do the captions really quick because we're already here. Defaults. Let's track 1, 4, 24. Oh. Hi, Andrea. Hello, my dear. How are you doing? Let's 2 vibe in. Going to be tested. Okay, hopefully that's okay. Yeah, I think that's fine. And then 6. 5, 2. Advanced settings. Can I go to suggestion for a streamer? Yeah, of course. Yes, please do. I'm eating. Oh, good. Well, why you eating for wacky? What you eating for wacky, my friend? I think I need to adjust the text in the bin. And I will do that now. What's on my mind? Zero. Tracking, tab spacing, transform. Offset 00 text. Settings zoom. Three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 16, 17, 18, 19, 19, 19, 19. I don't watch your TikTok, so you could have already done it. Oh, that's fair. Thank you for being honest, though. But I don't think I've done this person yet. Hamu for sure. Yeah, I don't think I've done that yet. Oh, their stuff looks so cute. Grilled cheese. Ah, lucky. Shape-shifting hamster. I want to be friends already. Thank you for the suggestion. Let me put them in my list. Hold on. Content list. Bam. Okay. They are in the list. They made these. Ooh, those are good emotes. I like the shading on them. Okay, so I want this to sit here. I think I like that enough. That's what I just made. Okay, so this. And then I'm gonna delete this. Oops, no, backspace. I keep forgetting that it's backspace. Okay, so we're gonna go to settings. We're gonna go here. We're gonna go to bin. We're gonna go to cancel. Gen text 2 for now. Boop, 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 boop. Bampters? Bampters? Maybe making another girl project sounds good. Bampters does sound very cute. Okay. So let's do 4. Let's do 24. Enter name preset. Main captions. Okay. And then what if it's 1? Okay, wait. Cancel. Here's a 9. I think this should be 1. Should be 0. This thing? Oh, it's so cute. Oh, bam, there's like bunny hamsters? Is that what that means? Let's do transform. That's what this comes in for. Let's do full so I can see. What? 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 There you go. I've only been there for 2 months, but I'm so involved that I feel longer. My Bamter stream avatar is already into 2 pieces of artwork. I think it's Bat Hamsters, but I don't actually know. Oh, fair. Actually, that kind of makes some more sense because the little horns. But I think they look like a bunny. That's why I said that. But that's fair. But that's awesome. I wish I could pump out art like that, man. That would be a dream of Elaine's to be able to pump out art like that. 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. Okay, I think we could do like 24. Okay, let's... Bat ears, hard to tell. Not... Oh, fair. Okay, that's probably because this was referencing it. Okay, Ben, we're gonna call this Gentex 3. Select track. Let's do... Doesn't really matter, actually. Settings. Options. Okay. 24. 4. And then let's do 0.89. 0.85. Yeah, I like that. And then Y is 0.254. 0.245. 8. 9. There we go. A little more visible. Oh, yeah, it is like a little ham. Okay, I see that now. That's fair. That's fair. That's fair. Capitalization none. Advanced settings. Close. More settings. And then save as new. And then now we go to here. Delete, 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 delete. Gen text. Export bin. Video editing. Oh no, it's in this one. This one, video editing, resources. Not segments, templates. No, symbols, media, snap captions, too. Power bins, snap captions, yes. And then we delete this guy. Oop. I gotta stop pressing the delete key. Delete empty tracks. There we go. And then, can I check for updates with this? Let me update my DaVinci. I actually do want to update my DaVinci. But I didn't download the thing. Download. Put my wrist on accident. Oh, mood. I do that all the time. Did it hurt though? Because if it hurts, then we should be worried. But if it didn't hurt, then that's okay. This is my highlight. I can't tell. Let's just do it like this. Not just surprise me. Fair. Okay, let's close this. It's still downloading. That's fine. Why'd you refresh? I'm not worried about you. That's fine. 26? Oh, maybe it was 26. Yes, okay, cool. Almost the 22nd. I have to render the 22nd, which I will do that after stream. And then these, and then insert image and cell. This one, stream. Alright, and then let's download the highlights. Started in here. I don't want to delete these, but I will because I need more room. Yeah, it's about where it needs to be. Cool. My brain's not mathing. That's okay. It's 8 o'clock now. And then I'm just gonna copy these. Boop. Sorry, it's just that was not what I thought it was gonna be. Uppercase. And then is that setting up the chairs? Never mind, fix it. Oh, I'm glad it's fixed. Uppercase. Oh, so I could just do that anyway. Okay. Yapping, video editing. Minecraft. Ooh. I guess I should do that after then, huh? Minecraft, scheming. ADHD bonanza. Ooh. Let's get it started and let's get it 70. I don't think I'm gonna care all that much about it. Okay. And then make this all uppercase. And this is January 1st. Did it download it? It did download, okay. Affinity. Meter, Asprite. Some rehab. Or maybe just need some sleep. I should have seen it in my dreams. What else did we think I would do today? I don't know. I think mainly today is gonna be a work day, so maybe I'll just do the core. Hello, Sino! Hello, my favorite crocodilio. How are you? How was your stream? Let me wave you on and give me 1 second. I'm sorry, the thing doesn't go off automatically, but hello! Hi! Crazy crocodilies. How's it going? How was your stream? Did you have a good time? If you need a raid and rest, feel free to do so, but I hope that you're having a good start to your new year at the very least. But I'm happy to have you here. I'm happy to have you here. Do you watch anime? If so, have you seen the newer anime Gachakuda? I have not seen it yet. Currently, the only anime that I am watching is One Piece. Because Chad asked me to, so we're watching One Piece. I did got some words in, but so sleepy's understandable. The sleepies is a real tough guy. One Dragon Rider 6, welcome on in. Thank you for the follow. But the sleepies is hard. It's a hard fought battle, you know. I get it. It's a hard fought battle. The 26th is the last one we updated. This one on the new phone, 2026, guys. And then 1_Jan. All right. I hope you guys are having a good start to your new year. We're currently just editing videos. I got distracted and decided that I want to update my DaVinci, so we're gonna do that. Where is that boy installed? Just because I want to make sure everything is up to date. Because if it's not, it'll make me sad. Should have downloaded this update a while ago, to be honest, but you know, meh. I must go. Bye. No problem. Bye, Moon. Oh, also, if any of you are new here, welcome on in. My name is Elaine, otherwise known as maincoow on all my socials, and I do a lot of random things, whether that be pixel art, 3D art, video editing, just yapping. Yapping is a good one. Okay. Just waiting. Just waiting for DaVinci to do its thing. Do I have snap caption on here still? Retweet talking. I do. I'll put this in DaVinci resources. Disappears in a cloud of confetti. Bye bye, Moon. Next. I agree. Next. That was not a very good stretch. It was a very slow stretch. I need to curl up and get some snooze. Yeah, I hope you have a fun time, Elaine. Thank you, Sino. We adore you very, very much, and I hope you have a lovely rest of your evening. Guys, follow Sino if you haven't. They're the wonderfulest crocodile in the world. I'd say the East Blue, but I don't know. It's like East West. It's buh. Geography's hard. It'll take longer than I thought. Is the DaVinci 20.3.1 a big update? Is that a big update? 7 blame. I woke out in the rain. Come on, we take over a chateau. I guess we could prepare tomorrow's actually as well while we're here, so I don't have to think about it. Body on my side. I'm gonna play a little bit of Minecraft. We're gonna do a little bit of blueprints. I think next week we'll play House Flipper 2, I think is my plan. I don't think I want to start a new game on a Friday. And then TikTok. On the run. Delete this guy. Games. Save. Turn this off, this one. Selection area, export. Thumbnails, Twitch, Friday, yep. Okay, then we can close this guy. Are you done yet? Finish. Okay. In the sun. And then we're on the run. Up. And now we wait. And then, does Brain want me to do Brain thing yet, or no? I already did it. Okay, so I don't have to do it again. Cool. Oh, to finish V-Stars. Nothing said, don't even think about it. On my head. Inside you and consume you. What is this? What is this? This is the owl hood. Lock, save. And then this one. And then I do want to update. I want to update. Snap captions. Install, uninstall, install. something. 424. I don't remember the numbers I put in there, but I could always go back into the VOD and check. Not like it super matters. Can I still mess with DaVinci with this? Looks like I can. I want to come and grab you, up inside you and consume you. Okay, so that's alchemists. Let's do this one. Let's do an ad track though. Well, we gotta turn these on now as well. Not that one, this one. Okie dokie. Let's save. Quit DaVinci. And I gotta reopen DaVinci. Crazy cozy. I don't know why I read that as crazy, but cozy crocodilies. Hello, the full 44. Welcome on in and thank you for the follow. I hope you're having a wonderful day. I hope you're having a good first of the month. Wake up. It's the first of the month. I hope you're having a good time though. I hope that you had fun in Sino stream, and then if you need to rest, feel free to do so. Oh, right. I've already forgotten everything that I need to do. Just want to make sure that this works okay now. You don't belong in there. Okay, and then does it have... It does. Okay, cool. And then this will zoom out. I do want to zoom it in on them a bit, though, I think is my plan. Kind of want to do it like this, I think. It's Dev sleep time? Well, thank you for popping in, and I hope you sleep wonderfully well. Thank you for stopping in. One, two, three. I don't know if I want to do it like this or not. Man, crescent. We will do this one for crescent. Even I'm looking good enough. Apply. I guess it's fine. And not a lot is happening. That one's okay. And then Noctis. We need a Noctis specific one. Which this is a bit big. Where are you, boy? This one. Apply. Do any drastic movements happen? Not super, but I'll take it. Maybe should I do 2 clips per? Back. Welcome back. I'm back. I do 2 per. Let me get another one. Let's do. Oh, we could do this one. Quite like this one. Get at me, boy. And then we'll bring it down a bit. And then we'll crop the bottom of it. Still can't believe they took the Sleepy Joe version of this off. I need just one of Solo Birdman now. I don't know. There is one. Here we go. Boop, boop. Apply. Scoot this over a little bit. Do this here to here. Link clips. Not as even. link clips, this one, and then I want the beginning one apply. And then any drastic movement. Running next and something. My house smells like rice and it smells good. Oops, I clicked the wrong one. Ooh, I did the thing again. That's okay. That's alright. Wait, if I want to do that though, shouldn't I have an idea. I don't know if I can do the idea. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. You can fluff your feathers and cozy on up. That's pretty good. I'll take this one. 1, 2. Oop. And then we'll scoot this. Oh, not a lot happened there. Not a lot's happening. No. Let's do it here. Is the thing I'm clicking? Nope. Oh. Okay, I don't know what I did, but that's okay. Let's do this one. Oh, that's pretty. I like how their wings flap right there. Let's do it like more in the middle, I think. If they ask him, it's not for him, it's just unprofessional. I still wouldn't work with them. Personally. Thunderbird. Okay, now I need more classic games. Some more classic games. I don't know what any of these games are, if I'm honest. Let's do Kingdom Hearts. Oh, I'm not good. Good. Apply. Pokemon Pinball. Actually. Right there. I'll also be looking for our managers, though. I mean, you don't really need a manager, especially when starting out. I don't even have a manager. Come from the sky, come on, save us. Well, that's so cute. What the heck? I think this should be here. Because then I could do like the... Baby, I could just barely fit them both. Ooh. Oh, what next? don't know what other clip I want to use. Let's use this one. Actually, it was... They were alone in that one. I want to use... Oh, do I really have more clips of her? I mean, she's the main show host, so I guess I'm not surprised. Spyro? I just want someone to help me land. Fair. Okay, I think I might be getting sick. What do you think? Wait, what do you mean you think you might be getting sick? How are you getting sick? How'd you get sick? Why are you sick? How are you sick? Why? Don't be sick. Don't be sick. It's the start of the new year. Well, I guess if you get the sickness out of the way now, you don't have to deal with it later, maybe, huh? Think about it that way. Actually, what's the one where he gets hit with it? This one? This one. My little bro was sick, so that might be what... Okay, that's fair. Okay, that's fair. Okay, and then this one's about Noctis again. I don't think I have another solo clip of Noctis. Okay, I have to go back. This is the 29th, I think. Right, that was Mondays? Yes, okay. Yeah, okay. Videos. Clips. Oh. Where? I need a clip. It can be any kind of clip. But we need a clip of just Noctis. And one that we don't already have. My eyes doth see no clips of just Noctis. This is unfortunate, as I need one. Where are you? Hey, I found one. Pokemon. Gimme. Hello. I don't know who you are, but I need that clip. They're doing a donathon. Not a donathon. A thing. They were doing a charity live stream. There you go. My brain was not computing words. Apply. I think I might make them a little bit bigger and bring them down a bit and then just crop the bottom. And then like this and then like this. Oops. Okie dokie, okie dokie. Okay, so let me get like a few more clips that I haven't used. I like this one. This outfit's really cute, so we're gonna use this one. Apply. I'll use a little bit of a little bit of this one. Okay, I'll use that one. And then... I guess we could do this here. Unfortunate Sun 14, welcome on in. Thank you for the follow. I'm presuming you came on in with the raid, so welcome on in. I appreciate you being in here. I hope you're having a wonderful day. Nonetheless, I hope you're having a wonderful day. Do I want to do this as like the last? No, it's like the last 3. I think that's okay. Delete track. So like... Okay, and then I'm going to go into video editing. We're going to go get a song. Definitely didn't forget I had Twitch open. Nope, not at all. Just... You forgetting to have Twitch. Funny. But welcome on in regardless. I want... Oh, thank you for the save check. Let me make sure I've saved. Yep, we're saved now. Thank you. I want an owl song. I might just do this one because this one's nice. Video editing, V-stars, alchemist, this one's save. And then we're gonna move this here, move this here, move this all the way over here to track 3. Cut off the bit that we don't need. Bring this up again. Clip that there because that is the intro. Oh, I need to link these because this does not need to be here. It needs to be here. This might be one of the longer intros, but I think it's okay. This needs to come down here. And then I want to make this to bird. Save. Okay. Cool. And now this one's all done. And now I just have one more video. One more. Holy shit, I actually got through my videos this week. I was low-key afraid I wouldn't because they could be a while. Because I had problems that are still technically here. Short template. This one. Jeez, you got this. Thank you, Pookie. Thank you, Pookie. I just need to bring the thing in. So we gotta go to video editing. House Flipper 2. We gotta go to this guy. This one, 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 this one. Take this 0, go to -228. It's pretty damn good. Then we got to clean this on up. Oops. Oh, right. It's doing the thing. I don't want it to do that thing that it's doing. Don't do it to this one. Right. And then don't do it to this. Yeah, the only things I usually do it to are those ones. Boop, boop. Link clips. Make this bigger. Sounds a bit loud. Not bad. Okay. Boop. Where is the... where'd my thing go? Oh. Where'd my thing go? There you are. Unlock, paste, delete. Let's do this and scoot it. Like one. There we go. Now that's same. And then I remove this and do this. And then this also comes here. Oh, I see. I see why I might want to time this to be the same as this. Let's go here, huh? Yeah, I think that's fine if that like comes in like that. And then you go here, master, clip operations, replace. We go here, we go to roll for fun. I drool because my house smells like rice. And then I'll move this guy down here, just because that would be nicer. And then we add in the house flipper content, which is this one. And then this is gonna scoot. Oh. I think this one would be good. Huh. I like. Oh, I guess I gotta zoom this out so that way people can see what the video is about first. There we go. What's the buying part? I might change this a little bit. Wait, I want that table. I don't know what that's about, but I like it. Oh shit. This actually has a lot of content in it, which is awesome, but like at the same time it's like a little hard for me to edit together. This one and then I like the placing of batteries into that thing. And then and this one. Okay, and then add track. And then I liked this like hallway sequence. Maybe that can go in the beginning. This one. And then bring out the full video again. Oops. The full video again. Oh, God damn it. Give me the full video. It's like a clean one. This is like a cleaning section. Uh, hmm. I do like this map selection one. This map selection is cool. So maybe this one, go here, and then here. Yeah. Okay. Video editing, copyright free music. Okay. Renovation. I don't know if that'll do anything, but there's literally one called House Renovation Show. And it's a little on the nose, but you know what? We fuck with it. Save, close, okay. House renovation. Oh. Turn it down. Good timing. Delete empty tracks. And then timeline, this one, create, single create. Oh, my back. What are you hiding? Simulator. Buy. Legend. From scratch. It's really weird that it like pushes that way, but it's like kind of cool. Okay, cool. And then that's such an awkward smile. Slow baby. Workspace, workflow, snap captions. Delete that one. I don't believe that this is the new one. Gentex, this one. captions. Create. No text was close. What? What's happening? What's happening? I don't know what's happening. Oh, default. Oh. Oh wait, no, main captions. Yeah. Yeah. For 8? For 7? For 6? Okay. I have to make sure that that's like centered later. Like I have to. Oh, that is stuff. I need to make sure that that the bottom projector top is the same. I think it is. I would hope that it is. I mean, I think it is because like this should be on the same spot, right? Yeah, it is. Okay. I don't know. I need to replace the thing. Might look at modifying my captions again, but not for right now. I think this will be okay for right now. A little town like New York, I'll never see. Pog. I dip it, chat. Save. This one, edit labels. Next week's quality might be a little wonky, but we did it, and that's the important part. This is downloaded. Everywhere. I feel like I'm forgetting something, but I think we're okay. Sister. Are we forgetting to do anything today other than upload videos on the VOD channel? I don't think so. Render, edit videos. I have to work on fish stuff. I have to fix my other PC. I don't think so. I will check if Star gave us any more questions, but other than that, I think we might be done for today because I'm hungry as fuck. Wow. Okay, we'll answer these questions and then we'll get off for today. They are questions here. These are big boy questions. Oops. I'm gonna make these a little bit bigger. Okay, not that big. There we go. Do you want NPCs or quests? Definitely want quests. There is a mod called... I think we have the quest mod. Better combat, bountiful cosmetic armors. What are the NPC ones? I forget where it is. Might be... It's in gameplay, I think. Pequi. Be resourceful. Isolation, weapons. Open party and more dragons as my magnum torch. And tell me what to do, and what else I need is crazy fair. What is a fucking one that has mimics? Mimic. Oh, it's the Realm RPG quests and rewards. That has NPCs that have little quests. I do also want a similar FTB quests to all the mods. What feature do you want for spawn? My home? Milk barn? So people visit? Milk barn? So people visit? Mailbox? Tavern inn for events / people who don't want to build homes. I want to make a farmer's market and a museum. Do you want user houses to be in certain locations? Dedicated house plots at spawn. It'd be nice, but I also don't want to limit people's options. It was hard for me to world logs. Feel bad making them live in a specific area. Do you want dungeons? Yes. What content interface would you want to be custom? Quest lines. Quest lines, really? Like FTB. I feel like would be like reinventing the wheel. On top of custom character types, goblins fairy, do you want custom jobs? Jobs be awesome. There is origins classes. I think it's this one. I don't think we have this one though. Do we have this one? I don't know. Classes? Yeah, no. I think it's because it's for the other one. Supported versions. Update fix prevent bug quality. Fix structure mixing increase with ass. What relations does it have actually? Is this one's the one, the unofficial port, yeah. December 17, 2023. Origins. This is an old one actually. Origins fabric by Apace. Do Apace have... There's an inclusive mod that classes, quests, custom mobs, etc. Oh, really? If you could put that in there, I'd appreciate it. Pockets for your pants. Origins with add classes? Is just be awesome. There is a Origins classes by Pace that works. Origins because he's the creator, but that classes mod is specifically for fabric. Classes. Okay. Do you want to elaborate mini games? May require servers so that can remain in the current realm. Feel like Minecraft already has a bunch of mini games like fishing, cooking, that way, but I'm open to ideas. Yes. To earn money through the service, avoid this can be tied to the loaded boxes you want. Remain free. The Minecraft server will now, as of January 1st, 2026, be subscriber only. Which means that means I have to do a few things, which is I have to remove the dedicated WAM role from Carlbot. Dashboard Carlbot. Log in with Discord. And then Milk Club. Roles, reaction roles. Edit this one. No more dedicated WAM save. Auto roles. Beans. Milk bean buds is the one that I want. Can I not do that one? Add members or roles. This would be milk bean buds and then dedicated WAM. So if I look at Maincraft, the only people in there are bean buds and the dedicated WAM people. Do I not have a bots? I guess the only bot I have is that one, so I guess that actually makes a lot of sense. Okay. And then that's managed by Twitch, so that's fine. If you want the server to remain free, how do you want to make it more sustainable? Make custom plushies. Ooh! Items for people. Help with server costs. Be awesome. Or something along those lines, at least. Do you want the server to be open public or milk beans only? I think at this point, milk beans only. But I'm not gonna be an ass if someone's. I guess milk beans only, because if I keep making it public, blah blah blah. Do you want a separate one for people who want to make custom art pictures for the builds? Do you want a separate one for people who want to make custom art? No. Do you want a server to have lore? I am just thinking it's the Milk Club, but in Minecraft. Like my stream world, but in Minecraft. If that makes sense. Yeah. Do you want... Yes. Do you want SP like content with the server? Maybe? I think it'd be fun. Do you want custom UIs? Probably not. That's a lot of work. What do you want the main transportation real my horses? Train. In what ways do you want to connect the community? Events, group quests, like a dungeon is easier with more people. Maybe limited time boss that only spawns at a certain time. Do you want the server to maybe PvP or PvP feature? Player versus player, player versus everything. Player versus everything, probably. Or player versus vibe, probably both. But Actually PvE, but have fighting pits. It's for people to fight out their problems. I want to make a fighting ring. And people can bet on the fighting ring. And that'll be a whole ass other thing that I'll have to think about if I do that. But that's not the point right now. Okay. I'm hungry. And I want to go play Valheim. So I'm going to go do that now as a reward for working hard today. Thank you guys for hanging out with me. Hopefully tomorrow we can maybe do some cool stuff on the other PC. But as for now, I think I'm just going to go chill. Because I got a lot of work done today. Thank you, Star. Thank you for helping me. If you have any more questions that you want to put in there, feel free to, or any other comments or whatever. I really appreciate your help. And if anybody wants to, just let me know. Or just type it in the Discord. And I'll be there because I'll be at my computer. But for now, we're gonna raid Kiwi Saga because it's their 2.0 model reveal. So go give them lots of love. Follow them if you haven't. They're amazing. They're an amazing artist. They're just amazing overall. We love them very, very much. Thank you for answering them. Of course. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. You boob. You goob. Sorry, I didn't mean to call you a boob. I meant goob because I should be thanking you. You shouldn't be thanking me. So, yeah. But bye, everyone. I love you very much. The raid message is there in chat if you'd like to use it. You don't have to if you don't want to, but I appreciate it if you did because then they know where you came from. But other than that, I love you. Have fun watching their model and how cool it is. I love you, and I'll see you tomorrow. Mwah. Goodbye.